Most of this stuff just goes underneath into the benches below, but uh, put like the super valuable stuff in the that one chest that's fancy.
What do we need more of right now? Shadow Weave, righto.
Wonder if I should make myself a cobalt shield. I just use cobalt daggers.
Yeah, fucking daggers are the best, man.
Yeah, everything else is trash. Or probably better. I wonder what's good in PvP though, like with when it's human versus human.
I'd say daggers are still pretty good, because you can, like, if you know how to move properly, you can, like, dash backwards through the air. Like,
Yeah,
you can
it's.
dash towards them and then backwards to, like, fucking juke them.
I'd have to like test it out though on like some kind of mini game server where where you get to fight a lot constantly.
I fucking love no clip, because I can just go under the map, the enemies don't fucking hit you, and you can just hit them from underneath.
Oh dear.
Four more Shadow Weave.
Alright, I got a new stream up. Yeah.
We found the entire movement manager with all the fucking values for, like, air acceleration and all that other shit. Oh, you know how you slow down when you run up blocks as well? I found a way to completely disable that, so you just walk up them easily.
Sorry, I missed that. I heard something about block or disable. I'm not sure. I didn't hear the full thing.
Oh, when you're walking up blocks, it slows down usually, but it doesn't do that anymore for me.
Oh, yeah. Yo, the server admin was saying that the hacks cause a lot of memory leaks, so he has to restart the server twice. Once every 2 days. But I think he should restart it once a day. Because by God,
Yeah,
does it ever?
definitely.
It gets really shitty after 2 days. It's like I can't even dig. And then he does the restart. Bam! I can dig out dirt blocks, no problem.
Yeah. Had a really hard time finding more
Or I
Outlander
should
camps.
could probably have my voice record because I mean it's just gonna sound like a one-sided conversation when people. Oh, it's already on. I already got my mic on. It's gonna say like it's probably sound like a one-sided conversation to the people on the stream
Oh,
if
you
I didn't
streaming?
have the. It's on YouTube.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. Yeah, this game is so awesome, and it's gonna get better.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've played Minecraft like fucking basically since it's come out, and yeah, it's good. The hacks are way more evolved on that game, but this is gonna catch up so quick.
Yeah, I
And
got
not
like
even just the hacks, like just the game itself is fucking amazing.
yeah, I got a full thing of eternal rice, so don't even have to replant it.
Nice.
I really need let's see, what's it called? If you're able to get me golden wood, it comes from the sallow tree. You see it in like the magma zones. I really need that. I need a 60 golden wood. I had it before, but like somebody broke it and stole the thing.
Burning logs, that's
Yeah.
that's
Do you,
not
do you know
golden
what
wood.
I'm talking about? Like, do you know what the sallow tree looks like?
No, I've never seen one. I was looking earlier trying to find it. But...
You'll find them in, like, for example, if I go west from
These
here.
magma biomes? The
Yeah,
fucking...
yeah, and it'll be like a tree with yellow leaves, and
Oh shit, I
not
just
to
thought
be.
there was a burning tree. I did see one earlier, fuck.
Yeah, it's
Where
not a
was that?
mushroom. There's also mushrooms that appear yellow, but if you find a tree with yellow leaves, that'll get us the upgrade. I hate that. Like, when you get that upgrade, you can plant palm trees, and I planted a whole bunch of palm trees, which also give you golden wood, or should anyways, but they only give you sticks. They gotta fix that, because it's so dumb that I have to explore for a really super rare thing every time it gets griefed, you know? Once I got it, I should be
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
just plant golden wood. They also need to put in azure trees as a
Like
thing you can
that?
farm.
Or is that a mushroom? Looks like a mushroom.
It's an actual tree with, like, leaves.
Yeah, it's mushroom, fuck that. Mushroom, mushroom. This is too slow.
Then I'll be able to finish what I'm doing with my onions and potatoes. Make a whole eternal plot of that. Picking cotton.
Seriously, don't even like look at the land. I just have my map open while I'm flying around so I can see the biomes around me.
What's gonna be the use of cotton later in this game? I hope it has, like, an actual use with... Like, maybe it should be a substitute for linen scraps. Like, they should be synonymous.
I'm assuming it may be when they like start adding more mage armor, like magic stuff.
I don't know why it couldn't... Like, every receipt that requires linen scraps, I think it should work with cotton just fine. I think that would be a good idea. I'm gonna make that as a feedback thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Is this way? Nope.
Alright, make cotton synonymous with linen scraps. Every receipt that can use linen scraps should be able to use cotton as a substitute.
Oh, this is a fuck off big shadow city. Oh, it's not a shadow city, it's a fucking skeleton one. Oh, I like those banners though.
Yeah, those statues are cool. That's probably from a dark temple version of the thing that sends you to the hub. I guess it must be called a hub. But wait, that guy's got to
Yeah,
rename the default. It keeps saying people join default. You should give it a nice name, like Overworld.
Yeah, I was wondering what that was. Also, I felt like you don't have to get memories on this server. It's weird.
I noticed that when I joined the server, I had memories that my guy had from single player, but I still have to get the memories that I didn't get. So yeah, there's a bunch I still have to get.
Interesting.
Yeah. I wonder is my portal still here? Ah, somebody stole my portal. Yeah, so something got stolen.
Why would they steal that and nothing else?
I know, right? And it wasn't even the portal that lets you get around easy. It's the one that opens up thing
Oh,
for
rift to the new
for the
dimension.
dragons for the dragons. Yeah, but you're only able to be there 7 minutes, and the dragons don't even do shit right now.
Kind of useless.
Yeah.
Come on, where's all the trees at? In the same biome as these like dead trees, the fucking ash ones.
And wild berry salad's a pretty easy and sustainable like thing to make. Because you just need to get berries and apples. Like, you don't have to worry about sticks. The problem with sticks is if you're farming trees, you'll eventually run out of soil or gravel or whatever to plant into them.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna head over to the Quebec villagers. But if you see any Quebec villagers, try to get all the recipes from them. I still need a meat pie. And anyone else who joins our base might need the other stuff. So I always carry like some greater essence of life on me, just in case I run into a Quebec village, so I can get the recipes.
Ooh, finally another Outlander post.
Harvesting
Oh, fuck.
all my cotton.
No, I died.
Oh, do you have the coordinates?
Nope.
What did you lose?
Pretty much just my pickaxes and other shit.
Did you find any of those golden wood trees, the sallow trees as they're called?
No, not yet.
Hmm.
That's where I died that day. That's not where I died
They're
this
so
time.
damn rare, and I can't plant them. I hate that.
I think it was in this direction.
I'll be back in a moment.
Oh, there's my stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, good. My mic has a mute button, but you usually have to press it like 3 or 5 times, like a random number of times for it to actually work. There's been so many
Oh
times
wow.
where I pressed it and it doesn't actually register. It's an old Yeti mic.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
such a
using like
good
a really shitty Corsair headset.
uh it's such a good mic. I really love it, but muting it's a challenge. I need to maybe get a stream deck or something. And then I could probably easy mute it, unmute it, and do a couple other things.
Where are all the enemies? What the fuck?
If you find something super important like the sallow logs, just probably get it and then come back before you die.
Oh yeah, I'll come back straight away with that. What do we use gold for?
I don't know. I haven't seen any use for gold or silver. Maybe it's a potions related thing. I did so much digging yesterday and mining that it probably bored the shit out of people watching. I had like 24 viewers, and eventually by the end of it, it was like 1 viewer or 2 viewers.
Yeah, actually, I feel like I should probably stream again at some point. I used to stream a whole bunch when I was making all my mods and shit for Unity games, but
Yeah. Well, I got like super good internet. That's 3.5 gigabytes download and 200 megabytes upload.
fuck
So,
off.
so that's why I started streaming. Because before that, I couldn't do it.
I live it like in the middle of nowhere, so I don't even know if I can.
Yeah, it wasn't even supposed to be this good. Like it was advertised as like 2 gigabytes, I think, or 1.5 gigabytes. But once, and it shows up like that if you use it on Wi-Fi. But I use an Ethernet cable, and with the Ethernet cable, I get an insane rate.
Bro, where these enemies be at?
I
I
want
need
to
them for
find,
the shadow cloth.
yeah, I want to find documentation on lighting, because supposedly lighting might affect crops in this game.
Ah.
And I've seen random different things that people have been saying. Oh, green lights affect it best, or it doesn't matter. Like contradictory stuff, right? So I want like actual documentation to like look at how it really works.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
I've
wonder
got
if that
14 more shadow weave.
where I can find that information if it is out or not.
Maybe the wiki has something about it, but I don't think it's that well documented yet. Yay! More enemies.
And make more of those salad things, the berry salads. Boy, I get all my berry bushes from the Quebecs. That's another thing I buy from them every time I go there. It's just a whole bunch of berry bushes.
What the fuck? Why is there thorium and sandstone in the ice biome?
I found some thorium in the ice biome. It's just not very common. It's just a rare thing. It's also, I think, only the update 1 generation is like that. I think the new generation, all the ingots are super rare, which is lame because mining sucks as is and people lose their stuff and it's a finite resource, so might as well just keep it extremely common. Keep the ore rate high. They should just add sliders for the server admins to, like, control how it's going to generate.
I'd assume they possibly will. Like, the whole thing was, like, modding and customizability, so...
But I'm just talking about vanilla.
Yeah, yeah.
The default... I want the default vanilla experience to be good. I was talking in the Hytale Discord about this stuff, and there was, like, one guy who's, like, agreeing with me and saying all the same things, and then there's this other guy who's like, mods can do it. We don't need breeding animals. Let them be modded in. Blah, blah, blah. They're just, like, wanting the game to be, like, nothing but exploration.
Bro, what?
And then care about skyblock players or people who are farming. It's just some. Luckily, the guy's not a dev. It's just some asshole in the chat. The actual devs do want to make it playable for, like, different ways, different playstyles.
Yeah, yeah.
Not on a linear rails where you're all forced to do the same thing.
Alright, got 40 Shadow Weave so far.
I really hope they add breeding animals soon, because I hate hunting for hides. It takes so damn long. It's like, at some point, people are going to want to, you know, do a lot of PvP. They're going to want multiple armor sets and all that. And if it takes an entire, like, couple hours to get the hides for a single set of armor, then you'll never have that interesting late-game experience.
So no one wants to do that.
Yeah. Having to mine for hours every time you die just to get yourself a new set of armor sucks. They also gotta do something about the railroad stuff, because right now it's not worth it to waste like any iron on rails.
It's pretty fast.
Really?
It's not like super duper fast, but it's definitely faster than sprinting and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, the main issue is how much, like, iron you gotta use to get only 4 rails.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. It's not worth it with resource-wise, but...
Yeah.
It's worth it if you're rich.
Yeah. In Minecraft, I just use the rail duper. Do you know if the rail duper still works? Because when I was playing 2B2T, it was working, but that was like about a year ago. And they might have applied some more updates. I don't know if it's going to be still working.
Honestly, I have no clue, my dude. I haven't actually played Anarchy Minecraft in quite a while.
Hmm.
The last dupe I used was the good old string duper.
Yeah, I had, like, I think a 3-month subscription or something to 2B2T, and then after like 1 month, a bunch of trannies griefed the hell out of my base, and I lost everything I did over like a long period, and I just like gave up there. Had other things to do. I canceled my subscription, even though there was a couple months wasted. I had a lot of hacks, but I never got the movement speed hacks working.
Yeah, on 2B2T they've patched a lot of movement hacks. Like, especially because of the chunk loading and that, it lags the server so bad.
Oh yeah.
And that's the thing, as soon as someone finds a brand new bypass, it gets leaked so quickly.
Mhm. I only got out
Like,
16k blocks into the nether and made my base, and then I made a nice what do you call it? Like a grinder mob or mob farm for what do you call it? Those fiery guys, blazes, a blaze mob farm. It was super pretty,
yeah, yeah.
super nice. Stayed up for a while. A lot of people used it, and then someone just randomly griefed it. All they did was break the mob spawner, and that kind of like it's really hard to find blazes on 2b2t.
Yeah. It's like, why you gotta be a dick? I suppose that's the
Yeah.
whole thing of anarchy, but at the same time, it's like, why?
I just wish that default vanilla Minecraft would add a way to make blaze spawners or something that addresses the finiteness of it.
How many rails do you... Oh, that's right, you only get 4 from the... How much does it cost, though? Like, how much iron does it cost to make the 4 rails?
I'll check later. I'm harvesting all the apples from the apple trees right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So many apple
I'm
trees.
on like a Outlander outpost right now, and there's so many rails.
At some point, I'm gonna spam the spawn with tons of apple trees. I don't think if you craft gravel in the player bench, I don't think you can turn it into rubble. It also doesn't have gravity. It's weird. It doesn't behave like
Yeah, no
normal
blocks
gravel
actually
at
have
all.
gravity, it's so weird.
No, the gravel that is generated, like not created by a player, it does have gravity. Gravel and sand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but if you create it in the workbench graveler, it won't have gravity. I noticed that because I was breaking all the gravel around me, and all of it would just fall when I break the dirt blocks underneath, right? Except for a few gravels that I had created previously to patch a few holes in the area. Those didn't fall at all. No gravity.
Oh.
I have some suspended gravel that's suspended in midair right now, and I'm kind of worried about whether there'll be an update or something. It'll all just fall.
Well, hopefully not.
I hope it will, but I hope that update comes out soon because I don't want to build extensively with floating gravel just to find it's all gonna fall. I suggested in the feedback that they should just make a thing where all the blocks actually fall by default, have gravity, until you do like some kind of magic thing to make them into a floating block. And that way people can still build sky bases and stuff.
Oh, that'd be neat.
That'd be super cool. Because then you can just more easily harvest a lot of different things. You could just cut a stone spire or something at the base and it would all fall. Or cut a house at the base and it would all fall. I don't know if more and more apples are just spawning while I'm harvesting or I just have a lot of apple trees. Seems like I'm infinitely harvesting apples. I don't really like this apple tree model. I hope they make a nicer apple tree.
Yeah, yeah. It is still very, very early in the game. I'm sure they'll fix up a lot of stuff. Alright, I've got 88 Shadow Weave, that should be enough. Now, back to trying to find those trees.
Did you get any void hearts?
No, I haven't got any void hearts yet.
Yeah, they fall usually from those squiddy things. That you can see them at night. Float around in there.
Yeah. Demon eye type things.
What are they called in Doom? I forget the name. Pinkies or no? They're not pinkies. What
Nah,
are they called?
cacodemons.
Yes, cacodemons. That's it. Cacodemon, by the way, is the Greek word for like bad spirit.
Ah.
Yeah, demon is spirit. Caco is bad.
I was gonna say, I fucking love Doom.
Yeah, Doom's awesome.
I don't know, it's just so unapologetically brutal.
Yeah. It's also easy now to play Doom mods and to play like a brutal Doom mods where you just join the server and it all automatically downloads.
Ooh, yay, another biome. Alright, let's see if it has the trees. Probably not.
Wow, there's so many enemies spawning around me. Have you seen any sallow trees yet, or are they just gone for like miles and miles?
Just fucking gone, man. Like, I'm looking.
Yeah, I think they spawn in a yellow grassy area that happens to show up in those zones. Oh yeah, I think the apple trees are just respawning their apples faster than I can harvest them. I basically have infinite apples.
Yes.
I gotta plant my cod and keep that going.
I'm finding yellow mushrooms, but not the sallow trees.
I don't know if I have cotton seeds somewhere or not. I guess it'll. Let's see. I have 18 of them somewhere. That's not anywhere near enough. get so much medium hide in my biome. And a decent bit of heavy hide. But not, it's so hard to find small hide.
Oh my god, I found
Or
one.
light hide. You found a sallow?
I found it.
Yay. We need 60 logs. If we get extra though, we probably should stash it in a hidden chest.
I've got 133.
Nice, so yeah, we'll stash away the extra, and then if the farming bench gets griefed again, we can upgrade it again.
I'm grabbing another one. I found another one. Throw that out. Throw that out. It's all trash. Give me the sallow.
Right now,
Yeah,
it's
we have like
a
280 sallow.
Yeah, it's a super precious resource on this server right now.
Alright, I'm coming home. Fuck this. My teleport works, it probably won't.
Even rarer than the, what do you call them, those blue trees. They're gonna be dying out because they're needed for important game progression stuff, and yet you can't farm them.
That's fucked. I'm traveling at like 80 blocks a second.
Oh, I just noticed we got tons of chins, so I got the tanning rack upgraded now.
Yeah, I'm also bringing back 88 of the Shadow Weave.
Oh, I can almost upgrade the blacksmith's anvil. I just need some more essence of the void.
I was over 15,000 blocks away.
My goodness.
Yeah, man, I was traveling for that shadow, for those fucking sallow wood. But now I know what I'm looking for, it'll be much easier.
Yeah. Oh shit, I made some eternal rice big seeds that I didn't actually need. Oh my god, I'm dumb. I need to just sell the rice. Alright, let's see. There we go. Did you see any Quebec villages on your travels?
Well, indeed I did, but I was too focused on getting the sallow wood for us.
Darn. Yeah, stop by all of them and check the trades, because we need the recipes from them. Oh, you're probably not carrying any essence of life, are you?
No, I've only got 15 on me. There you go, there's 100 sallow wood in that chest.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't even have to take it out of the chest. There we go. Upgraded. Alright, so... Oh shit, somebody stole our petals. We had blood petals, storm petals, azure petals. I had a full stack of blood petals. Somebody took all of it. It was in one of our chests. Or maybe they threw it out because they didn't know it was valuable. So I have the recipes for them. I can craft the storm thistles.
I brought us back 100 rails as well.
Oh, nice. It's showing up again. Maybe that was just a glitch. All right, so we have enough blood petals. We just need storm petals and azure petals.
Thorn petals and azure petals, righto.
It's getting to the point where you can just like infinitely farm stuff at my place.
How do we get better arrows? Like instead of the crude arrows?
I don't know. I only ever seen crude arrows.
Need those void hearts.
Do you have any of those yellow crystals?
No, but I can easily get some right now.
Yeah, I need yellow crystals and blue crystals. Like the shards, you know? So I can craft
Yeah.
the petal upgrades.
You can get them from the dinosaur biomes, which are like underneath the lava biome.
Alright, I got 56 Storm Thistle seed bags so far. I wonder if there's any difference between, oh, I wonder if somebody stole my scissors. Oh, I can't plant them in the planters. That's really weird. I gotta make a bug report.
Oh god, I love Fulbright. I don't need torches. Alright, where are them crystals? Oh, there's all the blue ones. So we need yellow and blue?
Yellow and blue, yeah. If you see red ones, you might as well take them too, but I don't actually need them. I already have enough blood petals. Also, if you see storm thistles, like harvest them with scissors. And same thing for the blue things. There's just like blue mushrooms that drop blue petals if you harvest them with scissors. And also azure kelp, that works too.
How many of the blue crystals do we need?
The exact amount? Let's see. I don't know, I have 57 blue petals already. So like, maybe 43 of the blue crystals? No, wait, but you need 2 of them to craft just one thing, so... I guess if you have 100, that's enough, probably. I guess I'm gonna need to use a hoe. I wonder if I have a hoe in any of my chests anymore.
Also, every tier of shovel except adamantite in the game, they just haven't added them for crafting yet.
Oh yeah. Found my scissors. Found a copper hoe, that'll do. Oh, I found a little red crystal shards. In a chest.
I got 300 of the blue crystals, that should do us.
Yeah, if you go into any of the blue biomes, we need blue petals. We need a whole bunch of them.
Do we need purple crystal?
No, there's no use for it. Maybe
Okay.
maybe in the next tier after. I don't know. Right now, I just need storm petals, azure petals.
Alright, where's yellow? I need some yellow ones. It's a lot of blue. I think somebody else has been here looking for the yellow ones too.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because it says they're usually all over the roof, but there's only blue here. Like a lot of blue.
Yeah, that stuff's gonna be ultra rare. I think I already sent a complaint about like the farming tier upgrades is just too retardedly high. Why do you need like 100 petals? You have to strip multiple azure biomes completely of all their stuff just to do an upgrade on a single farming bench.
I mean, maybe it's like that because I don't want people to complete too much while it's still pushing out updates, but
That's just way too single player oriented.
yeah, exactly.
I'd make it so it's like 10 petals of each instead of 100.
I mean, even 25 would be manageable, but
That would still be rapid stripping of biomes. I think the main point is to make you travel there. If you have to only get 10, you still have to travel there. But you don't have to, like, absolutely rape the biome.
yeah, yeah. Are these red or? Yeah, there's red crystals. We don't need red crystal.
Oh, you take them anyways. They are useful.
Okay.
Because you never know what's coming after this upgrade. I don't even know what's the next tier after this. We might need a bunch of the blood stuff. Alright, I got all my storm thistle planted. Did you manage to find yellow and blue?
I've got blue, I haven't got yellow yet, but I've already got 300 of the red as well.
Nice.
You want solid gold blocks?
That could be elite decoration.
Like, can you see my stream right now?
Oh no, it's on Discord, I'm guessing?
Yeah, yeah.
Check that out. I have my, like, YouTube stream up so I can see if anyone's commenting. Oh wow, what the hell? What is this?
Yeah.
It's all
This is the underground dinosaur biome.
crazy. Just grab it, I guess. Solid gold blocks.
I've already
wow.
been here. This is where I got my thorium helmet, just inside this chest, and the pickaxe and the axe.
Wow. Did they just drop us gold blocks?
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's ornate gold blocks and...
Your stream's super laggy, by the way. Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's like 1 frame a second.
Oh no. It shouldn't be like that.
That's what happens
Let me
when
try
the
and
connection's
find
bad.
some yellow. Not seeing any yellow crystals. I might have to manually get it from like the little places. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Oh no.
There's like nobody viewing the YouTube stream.
What the
Oh
fuck?
my lord.
Why did my no clip just stopped working?
Didn't you have like important stuff? Oh.
Oh no. Oh well. I'll just go back.
Oh, you know where it is.
Yeah. So let me turn this back on. Okay, that's a bit faster. Oh, we got yellow crystals around us. I'll just grab the small ones.
I also really need blue petals, so if you can find anything that you can destroy and get blue petals, that'll be very helpful. I think they're called storm petals.
I don't know how I died there, but oh well. I got one yellow crystal. Where'd I get that from? I'm dying again. Why do I keep dying like that?
Maybe there's lava there that you're no clipping through.
Possibly, yeah. Oh, wait, when I'm in the creative flying too, I can't see my suffocation bar. That's probably what it is.
You should eat and heal. Your guy's low health.
The lag.
Oh god, I'm lagging so hard it's starting to be difficult to harvest my cotton. The Dino biome is pretty cool. And it's extensive. It just spreads out everywhere.
Oh, these are the caves. These aren't even the dino biome. Like, these are just lush caves type things.
Oh, I heard that Lush Caves got patched out or something, and the only reason we still have them is because, like, older generation.
Yeah.
I hope
Like, they're
get
not
added.
supposed to exist, personally.
They should
Oh.
get added back in because they're super cool. have both lush caves and dino biomes.
Yellow crystals.
Oh, and blue as well. It looks like the Ukraine flag.
Well, there should have been more. Aha. Bit of topaz. I don't know what that's used for.
Wow, the rice grows fast. The eternal rice is giving me so much essence of life.
Oh, yellow crystals galore.
Wow, you hit the jackpot. Easy harvesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you gonna grab all the ones that fell to the ground?
yeah, I just usually see if it more break first.
How did that work? Was that a hack or something?
No, it's like, for some reason the first one you break does that. I don't know why, but...
Oh, the world gen's all retarded. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah,
stuff
basically.
where if you disturb anything in the area, it's like all the stuff just snaps. I've noticed that in
Yeah, I've had
those.
it where, like, chests break randomly too.
Yeah, I've noticed that in the desert stuff. Like, there's a lot of things where the NPCs are there, and you harvest one thing, all the stuff snaps around it. There'll be
Yeah,
like
yeah.
vegetable crops or something that are placed on the tables, and they all just pop off.
Alright, I'll get some more of these and then come back.
A bear spawned inside my chicken coop.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I had a goat in there and it died, and I think I had chickens in there and they died. Other creatures will just keep spawning in there and killing whatever's in there. They should just change it so that if you have a chicken coop, only chickens will spawn. Or rabbits, or other benign stuff in that area immediately around it.
Alright, that should be enough. What the fuck? I mine these trees and then it gives me a white log instead of the...
Really?
What? Yeah.
What kind of tree is that? I've never seen it before. Camp 4 log.
Hell? There's also pink crystals. Oh, but they don't even drop anything.
I'd just leave that for now. Do you have, the stuff?
Blue, red, and yellow.
Yeah, bring it on over before some shit happens. So I can get my
Yeah.
upgrades going.
Oh shit, I forgot about dinner too. I got it in the oven. Oh well, it'll go cold.
I should eat too. I haven't ate anything since waking up. I gotta stay alive.
Yeah, it's kind of important.
I was just reading too in my book, The Biology of Trauma, that one of the symptoms is becoming like numb to your body sensations, forgetting all about that stuff, like the fact that you have to eat food.
Hey motherfucker, give me a void heart. No, just void essence.
That's awesome. You're like flying in the air, stabbing the hell out of them. Now get the healing regen going. It's funny that this is like a common problem in every game, and yet you would think that developers would start their games off without a flying hack. It always happens.
Well, it makes it kind of easy when they add their own fly hack that we can just enable.
Yeah.
We need another chest. I'll just give you the...
I put a chest here. You can probably put them
Oh,
in
okay.
there.
Oh, yeah, but...
So as you can see in the thing here, I can craft storm thistle seed bags, but I can't craft the azure cap spore bag because that requires tier 9. So we're gonna have to raid some azure biomes to get enough azure petals to get the upgrade. Oh shit, I got a lot of storm thistle seeds. I'm gonna need to grab my, what do you call it, my hoe. Where is the hoe? There it is.
Alright, while you do that, I'm gonna grab my food real quick. Tuna pasta bake, hell yeah.
Alright, do you have the storm thistle receipt yet? Or recipe or whatever
No, I
it's
did
called?
not.
Okay, I'll have to give it to you at some point if I get a second one. They
This
seem
is
to
a bear.
randomly drop.
He's a friendly bear.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just chilling with him.
Wow. It's a Russian bear.
Yeah, see, we're best friends.
Wow.
Just me and my bear. Just me.
He must be aggroed onto me.
Yeah, he is. He's looking at you.
Yeah.
He's my bear, not yours.
Yeah. My copper ingots thing's gonna break. Yeah.
Just make a thorium one.
Yeah, might as well. There. Thorium hoe.
I'm gonna go hunting for the void hearts again. Oh, there's one of those things.
Is there anything like an ESP thing for chests? Like, is it easy for you to find chests with the hacks or not?
Nah, not really. Again, once we
That's-
find the like camera screen or the view matrix, then we'll start to be able to do that sort of thing. But I think it'll be pretty difficult for chests because they're technically they might be an entity, but I think they're a block.
Oh, well, there's block ESP on 2B2T, so maybe that can be done too.
Yeah, but like we have to fully reverse the game to start making a client for that instead of just like cheat engine.
Yeah.
Do we need blood petals?
I have tons of blood petals. I have more than enough for the current upgrade.
Oh, okay.
I really just need those blue petals bad. I think I have more than enough storm thistles planted for the time being, so I'll store them in a chest.
Is it just the cacodemons that'll give you the void heart, or is it the little ones as well?
Just the cacodemons and some of the bigger guys that are made out of void.
Okay.
We need the little guys too, though, because there's an upgrade that needs that stuff. Like our blacksmith's anvil won't upgrade without regular essence of the voids, and we need 5 more of those. I'll just keep killing all the void creatures you can. Did you get a void heart? Oh,
No.
essence of the void. Yeah, if you bring the essence that you have, I can do the upgrade for the weapons, and you can have a better weapon. That'll help you with your farming. There we go. Blacksmith's anvil is fully upgraded. Now we can get ourselves adamite daggers.
Hell yeah!
Alright, I got them. I wonder how we're gonna ever make mithril. Like, how are mithril ingots made?
You can't yet.
So this is
Not
the
possible
max tier
yet.
adamite daggers.
Yeah, right now adamantite is like the best gear.
We need some more thorium, by the way. Do you have any thorium? And also essence of fire and heavy leather.
I did not have any more thorium, but I can go grab some.
Yeah, just look at this bench, the workbench. The workbench needs an upgrade. And then I can get the final backpack upgrade. I've never managed to do that.
Yeah, I need some more thorium and heavy leather.
Yeah.
And essence of fire is easy as hell. I'll do that right now.
Yeah. I can probably help by getting heavy leather by killing all the bears in my area. I'll leave your pet
Yeah, that
bear
is all.
alone.
Yeah, don't kill Barry. Don't kill Barry.
Yeah. Kill all the wild bears. One-shotted a rabbit with these awesome daggers.
They are pretty good.
I'm surprised the daggers only have 180, like, durability.
Yeah.
They're not very durable. Oh, there's void creatures here. And almost one-shot a deer. Oh, there's a flying squiddy thing near me. I guess I
Ooh,
have
nice.
arrows. Okay, yeah, I can kill it with my bow then.
Very rarely, some of the mobs like regain all their health after they go below halfway.
Well, I should probably get the max level bow. I'm using a, what do you call it, like an Outlander bow?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't know which one's better, the Outlander bow or the max level Adamentite bow.
Oh, the fucking fire frogs, I hate them.
Oh yeah, I've lost all my gear to them twice.
Sucks so much.
One guy on the server is just calling them like demon toads.
Yeah, they are. They're fucking demon toads.
Yeah.
Also, those head things, like the fire skulls, they fucking suck.
Oh yeah.
Just because they like float away from you and they fucking shoot like balls at you as well.
Yeah. That's just like the creature from Doom, the flying skull heads.
Yeah, yeah.
Some of these void creatures look like they're from Quake. They look exactly like they're taken from Quake.
Alright, I got all the fire essence we need. What else do we need here? Ooh, this is someone's mine. Someone's been
Oh
here.
wow. Is it close to Meyer? Hey, you see that Azure biome? Check for anything that can drop storm petals, because we need storm petals. Do you have scissors? You'll need scissors.
No, but you can just bash stuff. You can just bash it with your pickaxe and it gives you the petals.
There's these like mushroom things there, and Azure kelp. Those two things will drop storm petals.
What, this
man,
stuff?
No, it's called Azure kelp. That's seaweed. It's the stuff used for teleportation. And then there's these mushrooms that are might be around there. I don't see any of them though. Oh, I think you might have flew over some. Check those bigger mushrooms, the bigger ones. Are those the right one? No, probably not. I think they're like a single mushroom, and they'll give you petals. Ooh, I just randomly found some sapphire. A sapphire. Do you see anything there that drops blue petals? That might take us forever.
No. I think the other person that was here is also doing it because they've cut down trees as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, maybe that's the one I already went through. If it's close to the base, then it's probably one I went through.
Yeah, yeah, possibly.
Oh yeah, you're right near me. I've already been through there. Yeah. I actually see you on the map.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this biome is stripped. Oh, I found one Azure kelp right here. Check where I am. You see me?
I'll come have a look so I know what I'm looking for.
This is Azure kelp.
Oh, gotcha. Alright, now I don't know what I'm looking for.
You might
We
want a
go with
scissors because
gander.
I think scissors helps. It's not just that though. There's these mushrooms too that are helpful.
Azure petals, nice. Oh, do we need the actual kelp or the petals?
Oh my god, my guy's hallucinating. He ate a glowing mushroom.
I want to do that. How do I do that?
You gotta eat a blue glowing mushroom. Maybe your shield's
Blue glowing
preventing you from
mushroom.
eating it. Eating a second one cured me, apparently, I think. I wonder what happens if you eat a violet one.
Just
Oh
eat all the
my.
wild mushrooms.
My guy's eating all the mushrooms. If you see like this one blue glowing mushroom, it gives you petals if you use a mushroom, use a scissors on it.
Someone started building here?
Earlier.
And they made an arrow pointing that way. What is this way?
Oh, I got one void heart. That's gonna help.
Oh shit, how?
Killing void creatures.
Oh, someone made a swastika. That's nice.
Yeah, nice.
It was like one of the first things I saw when I logged in. I'm like, oh, okay.
Like, I'm at the right server.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, ah, feels like home.
Yep. Man, they should make certain stuff like blue kelp just regenerate over time. Every time there's a storm or something, it should just respawn. Actually,
Someone
most
called
of these,
Drizzy was here.
most of these random bushes and stuff should respawn. Oh, I've been to there before too, where it says Drizzy.
There's nothing here. How did he write? Oh, it's in the sky.
Oh, I'm at the arrow right now that just points over there.
Oh, that's what it was pointing to. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, I found two more of the Azure kelps. They're just in a
Nice, nice.
different spot. Oh man, I destroy it and I get like one Azure petals, and I have to do this like 100 times over. It's such bullshit. Let's see, I got 8 Azure petals so far.
I've got
What?
3.
I still got these weird particle effects from eating the mushrooms. It's like a permanent thing now. My guy is one with the mushrooms.
My guy just doesn't trip out, apparently. Just...
Have you looked at him in third person?
Yeah, nothing's happening.
Peculiar.
What about a common blue mushroom? Can I eat that? No.
Oh, I can take out a bear in 3 shots now with these upgraded daggers, so that's good. This biome is
Well, the purple
so
mushroom just
ravaged.
poisons me. You know, they just poison me.
My dude's got the permanent poison thing on him.
I'm gonna head south and try to find a new blue biome.
Yeah, this one's absolutely ravaged.
Wait, what else do we need? Oh, I got the fire stuff. Oh, we need void hearts as well, damn.
I have 1 void heart.
We need 2 more. How'd you get it?
Just killing void creatures.
Actually a highway there, or is that just a glitch? Actually a highway there.
Oh yeah, I asked the admin if he was housemaster, and he didn't say a word, so maybe he is. Maybe that really is him.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Would be pretty cool though.
Oh, found a rabbit. I hate how the little creatures don't grow up, so you have to kill them anyways to just free up the mob cap. Otherwise you'll have nothing but them around. Cyan crystals.
Here's a new blue biome.
Oh,
Hey, more
there.
kelp. Another kelp. Sometimes it gives me 1 and sometimes it gives me 3.
Yeah, same here. Like, I harvested it and I only got 1.
I've got 14 of the petals so far.
Well, I found 1 more.
Let's got the
Azure
kelp seed recipe.
Oh, that's awesome. I could use that. Yeah, bring it to me.
You haven't got it yet?
No, I don't have it. I have a
Okay, I
like
won't use it.
a mushroom one.
Yeah, I'll bring it once I explore this whole blue biome. Pretty small. Plenty of kelp though. Got 28 petals.
Making progress.
Oh, I got another recipe, so I can use one.
Oh, sweet. Now we're gonna both have the recipe. Maybe we'll get to a point where we can regenerate the whole Azure biome, hopefully.
Oh, I just got another one, so our other mate can also have one.
Yeah, all 3 of us now can do it.
And I got 40 petals. Definitely making progress now.
means we can be the portal kings too, because we can grow more and more portals.
Whoever went through here must have not known what the kelp was, because they've left all of it. Alright. Head back towards you now.
A lot of ice archers spawning around the base. This is a cool looking area. Blue flat cap mushroom. I wonder if that's something that I can harvest. It just drops as a blue flat cap mushroom. I'll try eating this mushroom too, see what happens. Oh, you can't eat it. You can only place it. Do mushrooms spread on their own? Because I'm not sure if they're multiplying or not. I wonder if mushroom farming is possible in this game or not.
Oh, more kelp.
So we just need, like, 25 more blue petals. How
There you go, there's
blue petals do you
48.
have?
And there's your recipe.
Okay, nice. Alright, I can make Azure Kelp at, like, tier 10. I still have 5 things I haven't unlocked yet. Hey, maybe you can get the recipe for storm thistles if I put a whole bunch of them down and you just break them or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll give you the scissors because I think scissors drops more petals. Here, where are you?
Just downstairs putting stuff in the chest.
Apparently Quebec chests are not stackable, whereas the wooden chests are stackable.
Huh.
Actually, if I get if I get the recipe, I can just give it to you. Do you see, by the way, poison particles coming from my guy all the time?
No?
Oh, on my screen there's perpetual poison particles. Man, I've destroyed so many of them and only got one storm petal from each.
Jeez.
It's so gay. It won't drop more than one. I'm gonna try like just picking them up and then putting them on gravel, see if that helps. Maybe you don't get as much if they're on cropland. What's that sound I hear? Something getting upgraded?
Oh, I was making arrows. Arrows for the bow so I can shoot down those demon eyes.
Yeah, what's better, the Outlander Doom short bow or the Adamite bow?
Adamantite. Definitely.
I better go make an Adamantite one then.
We need more heavy leather then. I'll go find us some bears to kill.
Every single one of these is just giving me one storm petal. And it's never anything other than just one.
Oh.
What the hell? I accidentally clipped an immature storm thingy and it gave me a carrot seed bag. I better make a report about that.
What?
Yeah, I made a bug report. I got a carrot seed bag from using scissors on an immature storm thistle. I don't know where I put my storm thistle seeds.
I found one of the bouncy mushrooms. Hell yeah.
Oh, cool! You bounce on it, eh?
Yeah.
Those are good for
I'm gonna
putting
bring
at the
those
bottom
back.
of a mine shaft, and you can jump all the way down and land on that.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I have a recipe for storm thistle seeds that you should consume.
Nice. Alright, I've got five of the stuff to turn into leather.
Alright, we need 10 more of the storm thistles, and then we're set. Oh, I got 2 storm thistle seed receipts, so everybody in our group can have it.
Nice. I'll make you one of those bows now.
Oh, here, take this and learn it. How do I drop one? What's the hotkey for that? G, I guess?
G, yep. Beautiful, thank you. Be careful bouncing on those mushrooms because you take fall damage when you like come off
Really?
it. Only when you like land on the ground.
Hmm. We can upgrade, yay! Oh my god, guess what's needed for the next upgrade?
Oh my god.
More of the petals! This is insane!
You're kidding me. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is absolutely absurd. At least I
You
can
do, you have to
farm.
like destroy biomes.
I can farm as your cap spore bakes. So. Oh, this is terrible. More of the same. But the thing is, I'm gonna need more blood petals. I don't have a recipe. I don't think I have a recipe. Or no, wait, I do have a recipe, but I cannot. Like, I have just a bloodleaf seed bag one. I wonder what the other plants are. We're gonna need more red petals. Or blood petals.
Alright.
I'm gonna need to plant a ton more. Wow, my thorium hoe has like 400 durability, but it just goes down fast. Like every single hit takes 1 durability off.
Yeah. I've already got 30 blood petals. Ooh, it's becoming night. Time to get some more void stuff.
Yeah, we need 2 more void hearts. We gotta get 200 of them.
Oh my god.
It literally is gonna take somebody 1 second to break it with their pickaxe and steal it all too. Oh my lord.
Killing all the little animals so that hopefully more void stuff spawns.
Yeah, they always accumulate, the little guys. I pretty much removed almost all the ores in the area you're in. And all the blood petals.
There's just chunks taken out of these things. There's still cobalt all around. More blood petals. Ooh, bloodleaf seed recipe.
Oh, that's good. Learn it. I already have it. We're out of blue crystal shards, but I have, I think, enough, like, of these things, hopefully. I don't understand why these mushrooms they got to be planted on dirt. Like, kind of peculiar. Should be
Hmm.
planted on wood.
Yeah, especially since they're wood shelf mushrooms, but
Oh, one of my mushrooms starting to grow. That's cool. It's gonna make the whole area glow.
come on, where are all the bad guys?
My hose about to break. Got another storm thistle seed receipt.
Mom, I need more evil shit.
I can't tell if the void creatures are from your stream or mine, and then one finally shows up right on me. Oh, this adamant type bow looks like a compound bow.
Yeah. Used to have a compound bow. Why is nothing spawning?
I'm getting to have a ridiculous number of these recipes. Like, I have 7 of them stacked up now.
Oh wow.
Eight.
Give me the void creatures.
Oh, hey, I think the mushroom I planted is actually spreading. There's 3 of them now. So I think mushroom farming is possible in this game.
Nice. None of those demon eye things are spawning anymore.
Peculiar. I think they're very common in the desert. You also might find some stuff you can turn into petals in the desert. I think, which direction is this? South of our base is desert.
I might go have a look there then, after I'm done looking for creatures. Actually, yeah, fuck it, I'll just go there now. You sure it's south?
Yeah, I head straight south and end up at desert. I died out there and lost so much gear and other things. Like 2 days ago, I think.
So there is definitely one north somewhere.
Eight storm thistle seed recipes.
Oh yeah, there is a desert here. Nice. Things so laggy. What the fuck? Game mode creative.
Oh, can you spawn stuff in?
No, like the prefab blocks. Somebody's put game mode creative inside one of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the desert like that.
But no, there's none of these eyes or anything.
Now our base is starting to really glow with all the mushrooms growing.
There's a lot of void creatures though. It's lagging so much. Damn, I think it's becoming daytime again. Oh, there's a demon eye.
Right there you go.
Oh, so laggy.
The Paco demon. It dropped something purple.
Yeah, just essence. The other one's unloading, what the fuck? Oh, I think the server needs a restart, it's so bad.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've
Hopefully
got like
Magnetocraft will restart.
1800 ping. What the fuck?
Damn.
Dude, look at my ping. 2500, 2200.
I wonder what it shows on my thing. It says you have. Oh my god! Even on my screen, it says you have 985 milliseconds ping.
Yeah, it just
You have the
updated.
worst ping. Oh, now it's 5,562 millisecond ping.
What the fuck?
You got the worst
What is
ping
happening?
I've ever seen.
How am I not disconnected? Yep, 5000 ping. What the fuck?
Maybe you should disconnect and reconnect, see what happens.
9000 ping.
Wow, it's
10,000.
11,693 ping, and it's also got dot dot after, so I can't even see all of it all. It's something insane.
Bro, that's bad.
The worst ping ever.
I might have to reconnect though. It's pretty bad. It's pretty...
Maybe we should both reconnect to the servers, see if that helps.
Yeah, I'll get home first and then I'll reconnect.
That ping is insane.
Yeah, 9000 ping. I'm at home apparently, but there's no land here.
It's in the super fog.
Oh, there we go. Oh, wrong server. Don't connect to that piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6B6T sucks, bro.
I played on several
even connect
different
to the damn shit.
servers. I got like 4 different Anarchy servers. I built pretty extensively on some of the other ones, but it was like there's nobody playing, so...
Yay, we're back to 400 ping.
It's still terrible,
You have
but
worse
it's
ping than
playable.
I do. Oh, now it's good.
105 millisecond ping here.
How you doing, Bobby? Is there anywhere that void creatures spawn during the day?
If there's a storm, I think they can spawn. So in the desert, when there's a desert storm, they should be able to spawn, I think. We also need storm lever, and I think you only get that in the desert, or maybe it hasn't been added, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't get it yet.
Did you see the requirements, by the way, for the harvest trophy? It's pretty crazy. I wonder
Yeah.
what happened. Does it do anything special? Like maybe it turns into a Quebec, and then you get to make your own Quebec village. I don't know. That would be cool.
That would be very cool.
Make it worth it. It was just a little thing you put on the table, and that's it. And then it sucks. It's a huge waste of
Yeah,
resources.
no, forget that. An artifact of immeasurable value. At least to those who see it that way. Yeah, so it's literally just a fucking trophy. That sucks. Why? Why would you do that?
I wonder. The mushrooms look cool. Have you seen them growing?
Yeah, I saw him growing over there. What is it making that noise?
Sounds like a fox.
Oh, it's a rabbit stuck in a hole.
There needs to be some program to get at these mobs to be able to get out of holes, because they really easily get stuck in holes.
Oh yeah. We get lettuces ready to harvest.
Yeah, you can go ahead and harvest it all. Don't use your knife. It's eternal plants. Yeah, there you go.
Oh my god, this lag, come on.
The lag makes the game so unplayable. Oh, I got another thing of rice, all to pick.
Well, that took forever, but I finally got them all.
Yeah. I hope they add NPCs that can farm for us.
Yeah, or make the hoe able to like do a 3x3 harvest or something.
Yeah, in 2B2T, I had a really cool, like, villager automated farm. I didn't have to do anything. All the produce would just automatically get thrown from one villager into another villager that would be waiting in a minecart. And then it would all get
Yeah, yeah.
taken down into the chest. So my chest would fill up with, like, bread and all the other things that the villagers can farm. Super fast. And I had an automatic sorting system attached to it.
A feature that would be amazing is like you open your inventory and you know how you got like the sorting button?
Yeah.
If you had a button beside it that could just dump to the chests nearby, kind of like the workstation pulls from chests, but you could just push to chests instead.
Oh, yeah.
So you just come back from a huge adventure, press one button and all your shit goes into the right chest.
Yeah, I also wish that we had signs so I could label the chests. I could make one chest a wood chest and so on.
Yeah, my single player started collecting different types of chests and started using those for like one type of chest for wood, one type of chest for like ingots and other stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting a bit chilling and turn off that aircon now.
If you use the portals, you can just keep exploring further and further and just looting everything and then using a portal to get back and stash your base. I wonder how fast these mushrooms grow. There's one that's mature here. I wonder if these mushrooms can spread on their own or if you always have to just grow them.
It's gonna take so long to do these blood petals. I haven't gone east much. I think I might fly east for a bit. Back to the 5,000 ping again.
I wonder if anyone else has progressed this far with the farming yet, or if we're like the most advanced in all the 2v2 community.
Yeah, yeah.
Or even just Hytale in general.
I think some people would have gone absolutely insane by now.
Yeah.
Back to 8,000 ping.
Oh yeah, your ping
Ooh,
is
13,000 ping.
23,554, and then it cuts off. There's probably more to it. It's an insane number.
What is going on?
We still need Void Hearts to get our armor upgraded. I seem to have better luck at getting Void Hearts than you.
Yeah, I've killed so many void creatures.
I need to go get food. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, good man. I'm just lagging when I'm loading new chunks. Come on, man. Oh no, the game crashed.
Oh, it's got like a whole interface and everything.
What's that?
Your client has an interface.
Oh, this is Cheat Engine. This is what we use to start debugging and find cheats for a lot of games.
what engine was Hytale built on? Was it like Unity or
No, no, it's a
Unreal
custom
engine?
written
Or...
engine.
Oh, really? A custom engine?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what each of these stats actually is. I'm assuming this is stamina, because when I lock that value, even though it looks like the stamina is going down, even after it's fully gone, I can still run around.
Wow, your stream is like so. Oh, that's weird. It got faster. It was super slow and then it got faster.
Oh,
Oh, we
void
have
creatures, yay.
yeah, void creatures.
I'm lagging.
You're still like slashing and stuff, and I see no void creatures.
I'm so confused. I'm gonna lock myself inside. Wait, when you joined, it broke it. That's interesting.
I think the let's see. Yeah, there's two people on. So if there's like one person on, the server behaves differently than if there's more than one.
Hmm.
I think if we go near spawn, there's a lot more void creatures. So if you had, let's see, south, I guess, yeah. Spawn generally has a lot of void creatures. I'm gonna try to get me some more void hearts. Or I think I'm heading. Oops, east. That's the wrong direction.
Do you know what the coordinates of spawn are?
I can tell you in a bit once I get there. If you head towards 0, you kind of run into it, but it's not actually at 0. Wish there was a history of suggestions I've made, because sometimes I'm wondering if I already made a suggestion or not. I don't want to send the same suggestion twice.
Okay, so I bet if I leave and then come back, my teleport will work, which is really weird. The main menu. Servers.
I have to collect all my
Disable
memories still
everything.
for my character.
Now it's taking forever. Can't even join back.
Oh no.
There we go. Now we'll enable it. Let's try teleporting now. No?
This swamp is a really good source of heavy hides. Oh, there's some sheep near me. I might as well collect some wool on yeah, here. Oh, they're babies, so I can't even collect wool. That's lame. There's baby creatures everywhere around me.
Okay, so that's infinite stamina. Is the rest of this max, minimum? And...
I almost two-shotted the Emerald Golem at the portal thing.
Hey, nice.
Oh, there's a meat pie recipe here. I think that's the last one I need. Maybe. I'm gonna have to come back here. So I have 213 out of 240 memories. There's 2 goblins I haven't discovered yet. 2 scarrick I haven't discovered yet. 1 abyssal creature I haven't discovered. Also 1 livestock creature. Oh, I think it's like the... Oh, it's a skrill. I need the adult version of the skrill, or maybe the baby version. I'll just keep looking around for void creatures while it's nighttime. And then I'll come back for that meat pie. Hopefully it'll still be there, the recipe. Is the spawn biome unique, by the way, the Emeralds biome? Because I don't know if it appears anywhere else in the world.
I'm not sure, actually. Oh, it's lagging so bad. Why have I got 9,000 ping again?
All I'm finding is skeletons. It's like the void creatures refuse to respawn. I one-shotted a skeleton.
Oh my god! Yes! Void Heart!
Oh, nice. So we just need one more. I found the highway, the spawn highway.
It seems like killing him with arrows works pretty well to get a Void Heart. Maybe that's the only way you can do it.
Yeah, maybe it's because you've been stabbing him to death. I think I killed all mine with arrows.
Oh my god, my girlfriend made cupcakes. I'm gonna go have one of those in a minute.
Nice. There seems to be a highway built off of the Forgotten Temple gateway near spawn.
Yeah, someone did that to a couple near our place too. It's like the temples become highways.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Trying to find the coordinates to spawn.
Don't know why my teleport works sometimes, and then other times it just doesn't. Like earlier today I was able to just straight up teleport home.
Nothing but baby creatures here. Oh, some turkeys.
Oh, Magneto, please restart the server, bro.
It looks like a griefed mess. I don't even... How did they collect so much water to do all this?
Oh, someone was trying to lava cast earlier or something.
How do you get the lava to move?
I'm pretty sure you can just use a bucket.
Really?
Yeah.
So how come it failed? Like how come I don't see lava casts everywhere?
Or maybe they were just griefing with water instead. But yeah, someone was talking about trying to do a lava cast.
I need to make a cobble generator.
Another eye.
Alright, so spawn, I'm almost on it. I don't know if I'll be able to give you the exact coordinates, but it's negative 80, like negative 800, negative 116. That's the coordinates.
Negative 800, negative 16?
No, negative 800. Let's just say negative 800, negative 110.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Or negative 800, negative 100. That's close enough and easier to remember.
My ping, please. Trying to kill things, I don't want to die. I think you're gonna have to tell me if I die at this point, because my ping's at 9,000 again.
Yeah, you won't even know. It'll be like some quantum death. Schrodinger's Hytale player death. I brought apple trees with me.
Wait, when I'm lagging this much, maybe this is the time where we should try and dupe stuff.
Yeah, eh? We can start our dupe
That final void
stashes.
heart.
We'll have the ultimate pedal dupe stash.
And nighttime's over. Oh well, managed to get one void heart.
What did those golden blocks turn into, by the way?
Oh, I haven't tried doing anything with them yet. Wonder if we can put him in that recycling table. Barry, be chill.
I wonder what they would turn into. There's nothing but baby creatures that spawn. It's really annoying.
Ow, fuck. Barry, chill out. No, you can't recycle them or anything.
Can they convert into other blocks though?
I'll have a look. Let's have a look. Builder's table. Where's our builder's table? Yes, they do. Golden brick roof, golden pillar base, fucking pillar middle, gold brick wall.
Oh, so you can build a whole golden structure. Is there a golden door?
No. Yeah, we should like make an entire fucking golden temple or something.
Yeah. That'd be a flex. Imagine we make that at spawn and then put like a whole bunch of spikes around it so people can't get in easy. I have not found like a single adult livestock type creature at all anywhere. It's all babies. And they drop nothing, they're useless.
I'm gonna try and stop screen sharing for a minute, see if that helps with my connection. Because that's yeah.
Takes up some of your upload speed. Apparently I can one-shot bears with my ult.
Hmm. Oh, it's just my connection to right now. It's like so bad.
And this swamp biome is a cool place to live. It's pretty flat too, so turning it into a big thing for growing it could be easy. Oh cool, I found a little bird that you can kill and it still drops a light hide, so that's good. I wonder what these trees are in the swamp biome. I hope we can grow all the different tree types. Ah, you can eat orange glowing mushrooms. I poisoned my guy. Man, void creatures are seemingly non-existent now. Oh wow, there's a super bouncy mushroom here that lets you go ultra high.
Nice, nice. Bring it back.
There's no way for me to break it though. Scissors is not working. Maybe the hatchet. There we go. Yellow mushroom shelf is what it's called. Sends me flying. I could put one of those on the bottom floor and get rid of the stairs. You could just jump up with a mushroom.
Oh, mic's gone really weird. Now probably better. Oh my god, it still works. If you use one of those capture crates on a rabbit, and like, kill the rabbit while it's in a hole, you can pick up the dead body and then place the rabbit down again.
Oh
To get
wow.
like infinite
There's some rabbits at the Quebec village.
Yeah, I've caught one. I did it already. Alright, so we've got infinite light hide. That's nice. Is it just turning day or is it turning night?
I'm not sure.
The sun's still pretty up, so... Okay, sun's going down, but it's taking forever.
Oh my. I just saw an Outworlder guy lagging really bad. He was just like standing in place but playing the running animation.
Yeah, I think the server's having real bad issues at the moment.
A few shadow leaf scraps, that'll help. You know, you can make a mob grinder by just putting down spikes in one of the areas where the mobs have a specific spawn point.
Oh well.
Yeah, they always spawn in the same spot, even with the spikes there, so they'll just spawn and die. Wow, there's a gazillion moose here.
All your mushrooms are done.
Oh, they're done growing?
Yeah, yep.
Do you notice if any of them are spreading, or are they just, like, not gonna spread?
No, I think they've just grown. They're not spreading. Can we actually... I'm gonna craft a bucket and see if I can actually get lava.
If I had a cobblestone generator and I was near spawn, we could start building a great wall around spawn.
Just in case spawn in fucking cobble.
Yeah.
People spawn in, just start suffocating immediately.
Yeah.
Now that is griefing.
Yeah. Hossmaster had to make the 2v2 spawn bigger and bigger every time the whole thing got covered. So people would spawn further and further in a bigger range.
Yeah.
I think my my blue flat cap mushrooms, they're spreading somehow. Cause I took one here and now there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only took one and now there's 7 of them.
Nice. Okay, so we can farm mushrooms.
Yeah.
Ooh, I see one of those demon eyes. Come back here, you squiggly bastard.
It seems like it's daytime to me, so I guess there's a
Yeah, it was. What the fuck?
a
Where'd he go?
storm, though.
No, he's disappeared now.
Oh dear.
Character's fucking hallucinating.
Yeah,
His mushrooms finally caught up to him.
yeah. There seems to be no way to cultivate orange glowing mushrooms, you just end up eating it. Hmm.
And no, we can't pick up lava.
Oh dear.
Well, that sucks. We can pick up water though. Okay, that sucks.
I'm gonna get rid of the staircase. This mushroom is way cooler.
I'm just griefing the lava lands by putting water over it.
Is all the lava changing?
Yeah, it's turning into cobble.
That's a way to traverse the lava lands quick.
Do I have the key?
Okay. Okay. Damn it, I gotta come home and get ready for bed. First...
I use the mushroom now to get in and out. Trampoline mushroom.
Oh, I found a way to dupe fish traps.
Do fish traps, like, how do they work? Do they just cause the fish that are already around to come to them? Or do they randomly have a thing in them after a while?
I think they just randomly get stuff in them after a while. That is an invitation I won't refuse. I shall be back later on, mate.
Yeah. I'll try to get the final void heart.
Sweet as.
Holy, it's lagging. I picked a whole bunch of cotton, and it just like reappeared again.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. I'd fucking hope it's not Chris. Because it would be. Yeah. That is very wrong. Sorry, love.
I did clear us now, so okay.
Hmm.
And sorry for the She's away in school now, so we'll see if she comes back to the table tomorrow. That was the vibe. Telling her all the sent photos and shit.
Oh.
She is still coming to say hello tomorrow.
Fair enough.
She told us some pretty wild stories of her own. So. She's great.
Why is there a hole where our stairs used to be? Can we just fill that in? Oh, you're replacing it with a ladder. My girlfriend came in talking to me.
Yeah. Almost have my full thing of the eternal cotton.
Wait, the sun's setting, yes.
Void
It's almost
features.
time.
I better take a screen cap when we get the max level armor.
Yeah.
Yay, cotton is done. I don't need any more. I got one full
Nice.
thing of eternal cotton. Now I can work on eternal onions.
Some, like, void grubs just spawned in snow and suffocated immediately.
I've seen that happen quite a few times.
Avoid critters. I got it. I got the final void heart.
Nice.
Time to upgrade it to tier 3. We did it. We now have a maxed workbench.
Okay. We're gonna need, I think, more heavy lever. Well, there's some in here.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more heavy leather.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like bows are definitely the way to go for the void hearts.
Oh, we need more adamite ingots, too.
Not a problem, we can easily get those.
Oh, by the way, the mushroom here lets you get up and down. The staircase isn't even necessary.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'll go get us some more adamite.
Yeah, we're gonna need a ton of blood petals, storm petals, azure petals, but mostly blood petals because I can't grow those yet.
Alright, I'll show you this little dupe glitch before I go and do stuff.
Can you dupe like a full stack of onions or something? Easy?
No, I wish. Sure we could find that out eventually.
Then I could get my eternal crop super fast.
So you have this little crate with the animal in it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, is this gonna give us hides?
Yeah, yeah. So actually I'll put it right near my weapon. So weapon and crate right beside each other. Put the animal down. And then quickly do that, and you've got the animal again. As soon as you kill it, switch to the crate and pick it up again. Oh, you use left click.
Oh, left click, eh?
Yeah, it's weird. Quickly switch and left click it again. And you can put it down again. How fucked up is that?
Yeah, this is awesome. Now I have infinite hide.
And infinite food. I mean, we already have infinite food thanks to your farming.
Yeah. Nice, I got so many light hides, and light hides are such a hard thing to collect normally.
There's one you can do with the fishing trap as well.
There's some small creatures I think that drop other hides too that we might be able to trap in the crate.
Where's the nearest bit of water? I need a tiny bit of water to show you this one. Over here, apparently. Chill out, Barry. Chill out. Oh, no, clip under the ground and make him face this way.
What's the hotkey to see yourself in... Oh, there we go. There.
Because I don't know, I changed mine.
If you hold C, then you can see yourself. Oh no, he's not looking at me. Or maybe... There we go. Now I got the perfect picture with the awesome armor and stuff.
Nice.
And the bear right there. That'll be like the thumbnail for the next stream.
God, there's like 5 of those void creatures right here.
What's light attack damage? Increases light attack damage by 4%.
I think it's just your general attack, and then the special is like whatever that essence attack is, or signature energy.
Are you only able to find out the bonuses when you craft it or something? Because the Mithril doesn't show any special bonus. It looks like Mithril's
I don't
worse.
think it's implemented yet.
Do you still... Oh wait, we don't need more void creatures. Should we just sleep through the night?
Oh yeah, why not?
Okay, I'm gonna plant all my onions first though. Because then they'll be growing up when we wake up. Well, I have a mine shaft that goes into the mountain, you know?
Oh, I was just making a little puddle of water here.
Oh, I see. I'm also gonna put a another entrance, like, I don't know if you noticed here, but I kind of have a pathway. I'm going to have one pathway that goes here. It's going to be like the dark gravel stuff. And it's just going to go straight this way, and then it's going to go into the mountain.
Oh yeah.
I'll make a tunnel through the mountain. Do you think you can help with harvesting all these crops?
Hmm?
I gotta like make a massive patch of each type.
Hmm? Yeah. Right, man. Sorry, I've actually got to head off for the night.
Alright, see it.
Alright. Alright. Quit domain menu, exit. And I shall catch you when I can.
Yeah.
Elements work together to help our nervous system recognize it is no longer trapped in survival patterns. Through somatic self-practices, we learn to track our nervous system states and create felt experiences for ourselves. Mind-body parts dialogues allow us to build a relationship with our body where we respond to its messages rather than just observing them. The goal with these elements is not just to connect with our body, but to form a dynamic two-way relationship where we connect, listen, and respond. Many people find this process challenging because they either have never truly connected with their body, or they've only connected through mindfulness practice without knowing to respond to its messages. As a yoga instructor, Laura had thought she had a strong connection with her body. Yet, as she began working through these elements, she discovered that she had only been connecting, not listening or responding to what it wanted. Many who come to work with me are like Laura, already having some mindfulness under their belt. Others do not or have spent years, sometimes decades, in other various forms of therapy. They all have been ready for a precise, efficient approach to working through these elements so they can move to step 2 of the essential sequence, support, and the deeper repair work, especially of their biology. I realized I needed to create a structured process, just like the one I used in the hospital, that would help them efficiently find their safety zone, not wasting more time. I developed the Foundational Journey, a 6-week process of guided somatic self-practice and mind-body parts dialogues. The process follows the essential sequence structure, systematically building somatic self-practices of safety, support, and manageable expansion through attunement. In the process, it helped them develop the ability to listen and respond to their body and break through a common sense of isolation. Laura chose to join the next group going through the foundational journey, rather than try to figure out the elements and skills on her own. The process did what it was intended to do. It helped her develop a dynamic relationship with her body of responding, not just connecting. She came to value practicing the somatic and parts work alongside others who shared similar experiences. For the first time in a long time, she found she wasn't alone in her inner challenges, fears, and frustrations. I never realized how. Many others also struggle with feeling truly safe, expressing feelings, and imposter syndrome. She shared with the group. Somatic self-practices. For Laura, this practice began with learning a new sequential somatic self-practice every day. The first day, Laura learned to track her nervous system, gaining the ability to recognize which state she was in at any moment she paused to notice. In the 10-minute exercise, she discovered her body didn't land in calm alive easily. As she created a little stress and then let it calm down, she noticed her body went all the way into the lowest energy state, shut down. This was her first clue that this shift was going to be harder than she thought. With her newfound ability to track her inner state, she went into the second day learning how to know when she was grounded, and if not, how to ground herself. She had heard this word, grounded, a lot, and even used it in her yoga teachings. But it was new for her to ask herself, how do I know I feel grounded? Playing around with her sense of gravity, her feet firmly on the ground and her hips centered, she began noticing her body in a way she never had before. She was intrigued by the science of grounding that took her connection with her body to a new level. Who knew that the body has proprioceptive neurons, specialized sensory receptors that tell us our location, position, and movement in space, which she could work with to create specific signals of safety to her neuroception. As each day built on the next, increasing her level of curiosity about her body and the wisdom it contained, she learned to orient in a specific way to her environment, looking for and confirming the absence of danger, which allowed her brain to receive visual evidence rather than relying on assumption. She learned practices that felt a bit weird at first, but then became surprised at their power to create an immediate shift to the calm alive state, physically creating space for herself that seemed to then create space to think and pause. She practiced marking her territory, or physically touching and claiming her space. She hummed in a specific way that vibrates the vagus nerve behind her vocal cords. These exercises went beyond her yoga practice. These were engaging her body's survival system to receive powerful cues of safety, and she could feel the immediate difference in her body. It would respond with deep sighs, yawns, or a spontaneous deep breath. As she continued through the process, now into the specific somatic self-practices for support, Laura discovered new layers of awareness. I never thought about my feet needing support, she shared, or that my eyes, neck, back, and even my heart might need attention. I could hear the excitement in her voice. With every new exercise, she was making discoveries about herself as she explored her inner world. She was experientially learning the nuanced ways we can create intentional internal experiences for ourselves. The remaining somatic skills she learned to create inner safety were to understand her limits so she could find her safety zone. She practiced finding what felt like the safe amount of breath, joy, discomfort, and even anger. She learned how to shift her attention between sensations to keep things manageable and use gentle jaw movements to tap into just the right amount of anger or play to be helpful, but not be too much. She was learning to navigate the edge between safe and safe enough, comfort and growth, knowing exactly how long she could stay present to something uncomfortable before choosing to shift her attention to something more pleasant. With the foundational somatic skills for the essential sequence, she was now ready to layer in the next element, the mind-body parts dialogues. Mind-body parts dialogues. Laura started the structured process of identifying different parts of herself. She discovered each part had a role. Some parts liked to hide. Others wanted to play, accomplish, or criticize. She began to understand that what had felt like an inner war of conflicting desires actually came from different parts of her wanting different things. What once seemed like exhausting back-and-forth decision-making now made sense as parts of herself with different needs and intentions. The process led her to notice how different body sensations connected to different parts and their emotions and thought patterns. The tightness in her throat was the part of her that felt afraid to express love. A twisting in her upper stomach was a younger part of her that felt scared. A tension headache in her forehead was associated with her inner critic part who reminded her of how she was an imposter. Identifying the parts is just the first step, and she learned the skills to dialogue with them, listening to their fears, desires, and needs. As she came to understand, she could learn to respond to them, give them what they needed, or negotiate with them when they were blocking her progress out of fear. Just like the process she had just learned with her body, she was not just connecting but listening and responding. All parts of her became welcome as she learned to respond and communicate with them like she had with her body. She learned and practiced the skill of having her authentic self be the benevolent director of her other parts to work together harmoniously. As she came to a close of this 6-week process, the changes were dramatic. She realized that a major reason for that was the design of the process to create a daily practice, which she committed to continuing. The relationship with her body and parts of herself needed regular attention and care to maintain the sense of safety and connection she was building. Making safety a daily practice. Like learning any new skill, from playing an instrument to speaking a new language, creating safety follows a specific progression and needs to be done daily for optimal results. Neuroscience and experience tell us that 10 minutes of daily practice is better than once a week for an hour. I didn't understand why it needed to be daily until I started, Laura shared. I learned that not only did I not feel safe in my body, but how quickly I would lose my sense of safety after class. She discovered she needed to repeatedly bring her nervous system back to safety. While frustrating for some and sad for others to see how fast their body returns to danger mode, it's actually the practice of returning to safety that is one of the most essential skills and neural pathways to develop during this initial step. For Laura, her existing yoga practice made it easier to connect with her body, putting her mind's attention on different sensations. For others without any prior experience, this may be quite difficult and uncomfortable. If this is our experience, it is even more important to create and maintain a daily practice. We start with creating very short moments of connection, which I call microdosing safety. We start with micro moments as small as we need to and build from them. It is these daily micro moments that will create more momentum for us than a longer once-a-week session. Through this progression of daily practice, Laura built the foundational skills needed for deeper healing work. The daily group practice sessions were helpful, But the most important part of the process was her showing up every day for herself. As she started doing a daily somatic and parts practice, she realized how much her body had to say to her and that she could do something in response. She moved from doing an exercise once a day to hearing her body's messages throughout the day and supporting it while driving, cooking, or sitting with her kids. "It may sound weird," she said, "but I'm becoming friends with my body, and I never knew that was even a thing." Finding our safety zone requires more than an intellectual understanding. It demands developing new skills through daily practice and creating the felt experience of safe enough. This foundation would prepare her for the next level of safety, which would require addressing something even more fundamental than her somatic experiences: the biological signals her body was constantly receiving. Establishing biology safety basics. While these two elements, through a structured process, can shift our nervous system into a calm, alive state for us, our biology can send us right back into danger. Sometimes our biology is so dysregulated that systems need stabilization even before we get to step 2, support. The more complex repair will come in that next step, but sometimes simple adjustments that create biological stabilization are helpful during this first step of finding our safety zone. Just as we may need to temporarily make our world smaller to find safety with our somatic practices, so it is with biological support. Not everything needs to be addressed immediately. We start with what's both urgent and easily implemented. For Laura, this meant focusing on a few key areas, creating constant dysregulation while leaving other aspects for the later, deeper repair work. Laura's blood sugar instability was creating daily havoc. She hadn't connected her mid-morning anxiety and afternoon fatigue to her food choices. Once she started noticing her body through somatic practices, these patterns became clear. She had been starting her days with what she thought was a healthy breakfast, oatmeal with fruit and honey. Yet this was creating blood sugar spikes, followed by crashes that her body interpreted as danger. She would then make a quick sandwich to keep pushing through, despite knowing she had a gluten sensitivity. We made simple shifts to stabilize her blood sugar, implementing a breakfast rich in protein and healthy fats, organic grass-fed meat or wild-caught salmon with avocado, broccoli, and coconut oil. She eliminated bread and replaced it with protein snacks. There were simple supplements she could easily take that would help. While more extensive assessment and testing would be done later as part of support, magnesium, zinc, and B6 are ones that are generally safe, and Laura was able to start on these, helping to stabilize energy production and replenish a system depleted by her body trauma loop. Sleep quality emerged as another area where simple changes could create significant impact. While we were postponing detailed, precise repair for the next step, Laura implemented some basics. She went to bed at the same time every day and got outside in the natural light first thing in the morning. She put up blackout curtains and cooled the room down at night. She added mouth taping while asleep, a simple intervention that can improve sleep quality by increasing nitric oxide levels that restore our body and brain more efficiently. While not much and not yet personalized to lab findings and assessments, the impact of these initial interventions was helpful. She was waking up more refreshed, her morning startle didn't seem to be as much, and she no longer felt like she was chasing her energy levels throughout the day from her diet. Even basic changes, adding some things, removing others, aligning with our natural rhythms, enables a deeper and more efficient process to create inner safety, allowing us to be ready for step 2 and support. This foundation would prove essential as Laura began creating entirely new experiences of safety in her daily life. Creating new experiences of safety. One of the principles we established for our healing journey was that experiences, not information, change us. Our nervous system adapts to what it experiences, and whether those experiences create danger or safety. The power of the essential sequence lies in actively creating new experiences of safety across multiple levels simultaneously: somatic, relational, and biological. These aren't passive changes. They require conscious choices to create the experiences our body needs to let go of its survival strategies. Laura experienced many shifts through the experiences of safety she consistently created for her body during this first step of the essential sequence. She was surprised by the result. It wasn't until I learned to create a new experience for my body that shifts became easy, she shared. In fact, they just flowed. This neuroscience principle is always at play in the background. Our nervous system will always adapt to our environment, both external and internal. Creating a new internal environment requires consistency, though, and it is strengthened when we establish safety across all levels simultaneously. Laura began actively creating these new felt experiences for herself throughout the day. Instead of pushing through fatigue while teaching, she would pause to see what her body needed. Rather than just observing sensations during yoga, she would now respond to them by grounding herself, creating space, or using her voice to bring her nervous system back to a place of safety. Each response gave her body a new experience of being heard and cared for rather than ignored or overridden. Creating experiences of safety did require her to make her world smaller in many ways, and she was willing to do this temporarily, knowing the long-term gains. Optimizing sleep, changing her diet, or declining a social commitment to not overextend her energy were all ways in which she found her safety zone. Even in her relationships with others, she started practicing creating inner safety. Noticing anxiety when she went to say, "I love you" to Sean, she stopped forcing herself to say those words. I don't know why a part of me has trouble saying it, but it does. Thankfully, Sean understood, and Laura was able to show him how much she loved him in other ways, while creating safety for this part of her. The Foundational Journeys group program offered Laura an entirely new experience of community that she had never had. Through the implementation of 5 specific agreements, Laura was able to experience safety within a community for the first time. These agreements created an experience of safety that I needed to do anything in a group, Laura explained. I wasn't being re-traumatized by heavy stories since we aren't sharing any stories, only present moment experiences in our body. That was a completely new level of safety for my nervous system. Through these deliberate choices to create new experiences, from responding to body sensations to navigating relationships differently, Laura was literally rewiring her nervous system's understanding of safety. She wasn't just learning new techniques or insights, she was giving her body concrete evidence that safety was possible. As her pre-existing filter shifted through these accumulated experiences, her responses to life naturally transformed. But the most profound changes were yet to come, as Laura discovered how operating from this new foundation of safety opens possibilities she hadn't imagined possible. The magic of a different inner filter. When we change our inner filter through new experiences of safety, transformation happens naturally without force. This isn't magic, it's neuroscience. When our filter is calibrated to danger, we expend enormous energy managing our responses. But when we recalibrate that filter through consistent experiences of safety, our responses shift automatically. The changes ripple through our entire system, affecting everything from our startle response to our digestion, from our relationships to our sleep. These shifts feel magical because they don't require willpower or conscious choice. They happen naturally because they emerged from a different operating state. As a physician, I have been amazed at how fast the body changes when we provide a felt sense of safety, even with only the somatic self-practices. I started collecting data on the changes that people were reporting by the end of 21 days of the somatic portion of the foundational journey, learning 7 exercises for safety, 7 for support, and another 7 for skills for attunement and expansion. At 21 days, each individual in a large group experiences on average a 26% decrease in daily physical pain, a 28% decrease in fatigue and digestive issues, and a 30% decrease in sleep issues, anxiety, and depression symptoms. The shifts Laura experienced during this first step of the essential sequence felt magical, but they were the natural result of changing her. Pre-existing filter. By consistently creating experiences of inner safety, Laura was literally changing that filter. What had always taken such mental energy to control now just flowed. She didn't have to think about responding better, she just did. I noticed I wasn't as reactive in the morning routine with the kids, she shared with her cohort in the foundational journey. At first I thought I was just trying harder to be patient. Then I realized this was the natural result of my nervous system now in the calm alive state. This wasn't about willpower or even the specific techniques she'd learned. Her body, having accumulated experiences of safety, was now operating through a lens of safety. Nick's morning leg hugs and Sean's greetings were now being filtered through a nervous system that was feeling safer to receive and express love. The changes don't happen overnight, but slowly they ripple through the entire system in ways that can feel magical because they don't require conscious effort. Some people in my program have described their shifts as spontaneous moments of joy or noticing the fall colors more. Others discover they can open a door without the usual pain in their wrist or experience a moment of grace in the grocery store when a comment from a stranger that normally would have triggered them slides right past. For each of these magical moments, their reaction has been, well, isn't that interesting, as they realize their pattern of responses changed without them even knowing. As a yoga teacher, Laura found she was better able to support participants in her classes when they experienced emotional releases. She now had tangible tools to share that could support them in the moment and guide them through freeze responses. Her own journey had deepened her ability to create safety for others. Being real about my journey actually deepened my connections with students, she noted. We're all learning together. This is just the first step of the essential sequence. The journey has really just begun. Right now, we have become small to become safe, but we don't want to stay small to stay safe. The next step helps us do the repair work so we can expand into more possibilities and greater growth than we knew was possible. In the next chapter, we will discover how to successfully navigate the second step, support.
Summary.
Through learning how to recognize the messages from our body that it needs safety and exploring a structured process through which to do that, we gain hope that we aren't stuck, and this won't take forever. We learned how creating internal safety can follow a structured process and create magic through microdoses of safety we learned to create for ourselves. We saw ways in which we can stabilize our biology to help the process of finding our inner safety zone. It may have stimulated more ideas that you can apply for yourself. We learned that creating safety must become a daily practice, like learning any new skill. Yet finding our safety zone is just the beginning. While this first step creates the foundation, we need support for the actual repair of trauma's impact on our body. In the next chapter, we'll discover how Elena navigates the second step of the essential sequence, support, that allowed her the capacity for growth and expansion in her life, health, and relationships. OceanoFPDF.com. Chapter 14. Support, building regulation through repair. It is amazing how many psychological problems involve difficulties with sleep, appetite, touch, digestion, and arousal. Any effective treatment for trauma has to address these basic housekeeping functions of the body.
Bessel van der Kolk. A.
Lena stared at the second resignation letter on her desk, her heart racing. She was COO of what had been a thriving mental health practice, and the business was facing a crisis. In the past 3 months, 4 of the 10 clinic therapists had taken extended medical leave citing burnout. 2 more were showing signs of following suit. Clients were complaining about the quality of sessions and canceling their sessions at the last minute. The practice was hemorrhaging money, and Elena was struggling to keep it together. She had made progress during the 6 weeks we'd worked together on the foundational journey. The program had given her skills to track her nervous system and find her safety zone. But she had not been able to maintain regulation, and she noticed herself crossing her critical line of overwhelm several times a week with the pressures of work and home. Brain fog and her autoimmune inflammation combined with overwhelm and made her unable to think, make good decisions, or be present for her. Team of therapists. Lack of support was what they were listing as a major reason for their burnout. That evening, the school counselor called about her 13-year-old daughter, Sophia. Elena, the school counselor said quietly over the phone, Sophia came to talk to me today. She said she's been having thoughts of suicide, but didn't feel she could talk to you about it because you have been distant and fatigued lately. The counselor's voice trailed off, but Elena heard the unspoken truth. She was emotionally unavailable, just like her own mother had been. It was the final straw to motivate Elena to continue building her regulation through the next step of the essential sequence, support. The words hurt deeply. Any remaining illusion of having things under control disappeared. She felt like a failure as a mom. Elena recognized the familiar and strong urge to go into shutdown, as she had always done since childhood. But another part of her didn't want to do that anymore. Her daughters needed her. The practice needed her. Her body needed her. And she needed something more than just to come back to her safety zone. She needed to be able to stay regulated. Elena wrote in her journal that night, I can't keep disappearing and staying small to stay safe. I know it's time for me to change this now. Building on safety, she now needed to learn how to support her body's innate healing at every level, from cellular energy to brain inflammation, from attachment patterns to inner child work. She would need to learn the skills of step 2 of the essential sequence, support, to stay in regulation and not lose it with the pressures at work and home. When safety isn't enough. The skills to find our safety zone are essential, like stopping a car that is spinning out of control. But if we want a fuller life, step 1, this stabilization phase, is just the beginning. We don't want to stay here. We want to get the car pointed in the right direction and resume driving. Step 2 of the essential sequence helps us do exactly that, pointing us toward creating the fuller life we want. Safety skills help us get out of the overwhelm of a chronic shutdown, but to maintain this progress, we need to support our body to trace its steps from the stress back to the calm alive state rather than returning to shutdown. Elena's foundational journey to establish inner safety was challenging in a different way than it had been for Laura, who had already been connecting with her body through yoga. Elena's challenge was connecting without shutting down. Initially, she had to keep making the practices shorter, slower, and smaller, microdosing safety until she could stay present. As she stayed consistent and gradually was able to shift to moments of a calm alive state, changes emerged. Her energy began improving, but this also came with emotions she didn't like to feel, particularly anger. People-pleasing had been her default. The safety she had created was good and was making space for suppressed energy of the activation state to surface. The anger was uncomfortable for her, but it was evidence of her nervous system emerging from chronic shutdown. Her body was tracing its steps back up into the activation state and was ready for support and deeper repair, but her lack of capacity to allow herself to feel the intensity of that anger sent her back into her familiar shutdown state. This is where support, the second step of the essential sequence, becomes crucial. Support serves to repair what is blocking the nervous system from returning to calm alive as its default state. To accomplish this, the body needs to come out of the body trauma loop and needs 2 types of support to do this: completing stress responses and repairing the biology that decreases our capacity and keeps us stuck in the loop. For Elena, she couldn't yet sustain the demand of the high-energy surge of the activation state. While she could now find her safety zone and emerge from shutdown, she would quickly return to shutdown as most stress made her cross her critical line of overwhelm. Her body remained stuck in a body trauma loop because she couldn't go from activation to calm alive. You might recognize your own version of this pattern. Perhaps your body doesn't go so quickly into shutdown, but you notice the pattern of push collapse or stress overwhelm. This is how we know we need step 2 of the essential sequence to support our ability to move from activation to calm alive and not go back to shutdown. The biology of trauma framework gives us a triage system for this repair work, helping us identify and prioritize exactly what our system needs to get out of the loop. Let's explore how this framework guided Elena's journey from struggling with frequent overwhelm to building sustainable regulation. Applying the biology of trauma framework. The biology of trauma framework helps us identify the specific reasons why our body's innate ability to return to the calm alive state has been blocked. When we apply this framework, we discover an important though perhaps surprising truth. It's never just one thing holding us back. Multiple levels and multiple biological systems are involved, each an underlying reason by itself, reinforcing the others. Our body is naturally designed to maintain health through multiple backup systems. Our body has redundant systems to ensure survival even when some parts aren't functioning optimally. For example, our body can produce energy from different fuel sources, sugars, proteins, or fats. If one energy pathway is compromised, others compensate. Similarly, our detoxification system has multiple proteins to clear toxins, so if one gene is malfunctioning, there is redundancy, and the others compensate to maintain health. Similarly, our brain chemistry involves various neurotransmitters that can adjust to maintain balance if one is low. This biological redundancy tells us something crucial. When our body remains stuck in survival patterns despite its natural design to bring itself back to health, multiple blocks must be present. For our body to remain stuck in trauma patterns, several underlying factors must be preventing our return to a calm alive state. We aren't searching for a single cause and a single magic bullet for a solution. Let's look at how the framework helps us identify and prioritize the multiple underlying reasons so we know which repair tools are right for us, and in which order. Underlying reasons. Building on our understanding of how trauma affects us on multiple levels, we can identify specific underlying reasons that keep our body stuck in. Trauma patterns. Each represents a leverage point where we can apply repair tools to create lasting change. At the mental level, our thoughts and beliefs are driven by parts carrying specific survival strategies. These parts can create internal blocks, like a part believing being seen is dangerous, that drains our energy in public situations, or a perfectionistic part that drives us toward acceptance but triggers shame and eventual shutdown. Our body holds somatic memories of uncompleted protective responses, another category of underlying reasons. These implicit memories manifest differently for each person. Laura's hyperstartle, Dana's chronic tension, Alex's freeze response, each reflecting an incomplete trauma response seeking resolution. Even Claire's chronic fatigue contains somatic memories contributing to her persistent trauma patterns. Biological factors constitute multiple underlying reasons, from compromised cellular energy to inflammatory cascades that maintain survival patterns at a cellular level. These physiological alterations create concrete blocks to regulation that require specific repair strategies. Attachment pains form another crucial category of underlying reasons, particularly significant because they influence our inner filter. These core emotional wounds from our earliest years fundamentally form our neural blueprint, creating our perception of what is safe and dangerous in relationship to ourselves and others. It is the thread that weaves through all the levels: mind, body, biology, and neuroception. While the biology of trauma framework encompasses all these categories of underlying reasons, we'll focus primarily on the biological factors, as they represent a critical missing piece in current trauma therapy. Other modalities address mental, somatic, and attachment components, but the biological piece often remains overlooked. Let's explore the categories of underlying biological reasons, understanding that they operate in constant interaction with all other levels. Categories of underlying biological reasons. Brain inflammation as a result of hypersensitive microglia, our brain's immune cells, becomes a trigger for shutdown through cues of danger and compromises our energy and neurotransmitters. The brain fog and decision fatigue that result in forgetfulness and mistakes can trigger our other trauma patterns of self-criticism and shame. It all leads to crossing into overwhelm more easily. Mitochondrial compromise affects our fundamental ability to shift out of both shutdown and activation, making it a primary influencer of ongoing dysregulation. When compromised, we live in constant energy depletion, hovering near our critical line of overwhelm, where even small stresses can exceed our capacity. Our brain chemistry plays a crucial role through neurotransmitter balance. These chemical messengers, like serotonin for mood, dopamine for motivation, and GABA for calmness, affect how we handle stress and maintain emotional stability. When imbalanced, we might struggle with anxiety, low mood, or difficulty focusing, making it harder to stay regulated under pressure. The immune system can become another source of dysregulation. Whether through a general pro-inflammatory state or specific conditions like autoimmunity, immune imbalances are cues of danger to our neuroception. Oxidative stress is like rust building up in your body. It happens when there are too many harmful molecules, free radicals, and not enough antioxidants to clean them up. This damage can lead to more inflammation, which keeps the body in a stressed-out state. 3 primary biochemical imbalances, methylation issues, copper excess, and pyroluria, can profoundly affect our regulation. These conditions, whether inherited or developed through stress, influence everything from how we detoxify to how we make brain chemicals for mood. Pyroluria, for instance, creates a hypersensitive nervous system by depleting crucial nutrients needed for calm and generating excess oxidative stress that escalates energy depletion and disease. Our gut deserves special attention as an underlying reason because, like our brain, it maintains a direct line to our neuroception. The relationship works both ways. Dysregulation compromises gut health, while gut imbalance signals danger to our nervous system. Whether from a leaky gut and inflammation, parasites, or bacterial imbalances, gut dysfunction drains our energy, disrupts our brain chemistry, and can keep us stuck cycling between stress and shutdown. Environmental toxins create additional burdens for our biology. From air pollution to water contaminants, from plastic chemicals to pesticides in our food, these toxins require energy to process and eliminate. When our detoxification systems can't keep up, accumulated toxins push us closer to our critical line of overwhelm. Nutrient deficiencies often go unrecognized as underlying reasons for dysregulation. Stress and trauma increase our need for nutrients like magnesium, zinc, B vitamins, and vitamin D. Without adequate levels, our cells struggle to maintain energy production, and our nervous system loses resources needed for staying calm. Finally, having one of the 6 core attachment pains that stem from early experiences when we didn't feel consistently supported or safe can leave us feeling unworthy, unlovable, or worried about being abandoned. Over time, these feelings shape how we react to stress and connect with others, creating patterns that are wired in with neuroplasticity and are hard to reprogram. For Elena, underlying reasons created a complex web keeping her stuck in trauma patterns despite her best efforts. Her brain inflammation from birth trauma and the recent car accident made her hypersensitive to stress. Her mitochondrial compromise left her without energy to maintain regulation. Imbalances in her brain chemistry with low serotonin, GABA, and endorphin activity made emotional balance feel impossible. Her global high-intensity activation pattern and hold-me attachment pain from early experiences manifested as rapid cycling into shutdown. Her autoimmunity, oxidative stress, pyroluria biochemical imbalance, leaky gut, and accumulated toxins made it difficult for her body to maintain regulation. Understanding that there are multiple underlying reasons for dysregulation helps us reframe our expectations of looking for that one magic bullet that will solve it all. Rather than trying to find the one root cause, we can see how our system needs support across multiple categories and multiple levels. This realization can feel like an overwhelming mountain to climb, but we don't need to tackle them all at once. We prioritize the underlying reasons by how much impact they are having on our dysregulation and the ease with which they can be implemented. By prioritizing, we can know which repair tools, in which order, will give us the biggest return. Prioritizing biology repair tools. The final step of the biology of trauma framework is determining where to start. We need to identify which underlying reasons are most actively blocking our regulation while considering which repairs will give us the biggest return for our energy investment. For Elena, 3 areas emerged as priorities: brain inflammation, mitochondrial compromise, and neurotransmitter imbalances. These weren't her only issues, but they were creating the strongest cues of danger to her neuroception while being reasonably accessible to address. Brain inflammation became a top priority because it creates perhaps the strongest cue of danger to our neuroception. When inflammation surrounds our neurons, our body perceives it as an inescapable life threat, triggering automatic shutdown states. Shutdown can happen from habits we might not readily connect to brain inflammation, such as eating highly processed foods or our blood sugar dropping too fast or too low, leading us to mistakenly attribute our state to people or situations in our life. Elena's brain fog would cycle for days at a time, stemming from microglia primed since birth. Her NICU experience had created global high-intensity activation, GHI, leaving her nervous system perpetually sensitive. Emotional overwhelm activates these primed cells, making it impossible to stay present in challenging situations and having to wait days for the brain fog to settle back down. Her mitochondrial compromise compounded the problem. When her cells needed more energy to handle stress, they simply couldn't produce it. No amount of willpower could overcome this biological reality. Her cells lacked the capacity to maintain regulation under pressure. The third priority emerged from her neurotransmitter assessment, showing low serotonin, GABA, and endorphin activity. These weren't just causing mood imbalances, they affected her entire system. Low serotonin disrupted her gut function, low GABA increased muscle tension, and low endorphins made her more sensitive to both emotional and physical pain. While these imbalances weren't directly triggering trauma responses like brain inflammation, they were easy to support with specific repair tools, making them a practical starting point. Repair tools for brain and mitochondrial compromise. Let's look at these 3 categories of underlying reasons and their repair tools in detail. Brain inflammation. We can recognize brain inflammation as an underlying reason for our continued trauma patterns by understanding both what primes our microglia and the symptoms of active inflammation. Microglia become primed through physical trauma like concussions or whiplash, oxygen deprivation during birth or surgery, nervous system infections, and even gut inflammation. Heavy metal toxicity and electrical shock can also create this priming effect. We experience brain inflammation through symptoms that typically come in cycles lasting several days. During these cycles, we might notice our brain feeling foggy in a way that's different from regular tiredness. Light and sounds can become overwhelming, even in environments that normally don't bother us. Finding words becomes difficult, and decision-making feels exhausting. Many people describe their brain feeling like it goes offline, especially during important conversations that require sustained attention. Studies show that if you have symptoms of depression, anxiety, or PTSD, there is a chance brain inflammation is present. Even headaches, poor balance, and delayed reaction times can all be signs of brain inflammation. If you relate to these symptoms or notice they worsen with stress, or, like Elena, after her head injury in the accident, your brain's immune cells likely need support. Our brain and microglia respond well to specific repair tools, and in a week or 2 of applying them, a difference is noticeable. The first goal is to calm the inflammation by getting our microglia into their resting state. Then, the goal shifts to avoid triggering them back into activation and inflammation. We do both through nutrients, sleep, and energy support, knowing that we have to do more when we are trying to calm the inflammation back down than when we are just trying to prevent another trigger. While everyone knows sleep is important, it's essential for healing brain inflammation. The brain does its primary cleanup of inflammation during sleep, but it needs the right conditions: a cool, completely dark room with no disruptive sounds. Even small amounts of light or noise can prevent this crucial cleanup process. Our quantity and quality of sleep needs to improve, and this can be enhanced by adding naps to our early afternoon. Midday to early afternoon naps are part of a sensory rest for resetting our brain with energy for the rest of the day. Even if a full nap is not possible, a sensory rest can be accomplished with finding a quiet spot, making it dark or using an eye mask, lying down, and eliminating disruptive noises. Many find this a good time to do home red light therapy. Apply heat on the spine to calm the sympathetic chain and anxiety, or use a weighted blanket to feel grounded. Nutritional support can significantly help calm inflammation. Key nutrients include N-acetylcysteine, NAC, for its anti-inflammatory properties, and magnesium L-threonate, which uniquely crosses the blood. Brain barrier. Other supportive nutrients include luteolin, GABA, resveratrol, and turmeric, all of which help maintain microglia in their resting state. One simple but powerful tool is ocular cardiac reflex, or eye support. By gently pressing on closed eyes, you activate the vagus nerve, which can create an immediate sense of calm. This practice can be used throughout the day to provide visual rest and prevent overwhelm before it escalates. If you find yourself frequently experiencing brain fog or becoming overwhelmed by noise, lights, or everyday decisions, brain inflammation may be a key factor to address. If you know you have had a priming event due to a head injury or another reason, you want to learn how to keep your primed microglia resting. Start with optimizing your sleep environment and incorporating regular sensory rests and naps, and consider taking supplements while tracking your symptoms to see what helps you specifically. Mitochondrial compromise. We can recognize mitochondrial compromise as an underlying reason for our continued trauma patterns through understanding what caused the compromise and learning the symptoms of energy inefficiency. Mitochondria become compromised with shutdown, toxin exposures, viral infections, and nutrient deficiencies. Poor sleep quality, especially disrupted circadian rhythms, can also significantly impact their function. We feel mitochondrial compromise across multiple systems because every cell, except red blood cells, uses mitochondria for energy. In the brain, we experience mental fatigue, a general heaviness that won't shake. We may notice exercise intolerance, where we aren't able to tolerate as much physical exertion as usual. The good news is that mitochondria respond well to support. We want to both improve our energy production and remove what drains our energy. Nutrients are important, as is providing stable sugar and oxygen through blood flow and getting quality sleep. For nutrient support, focus on those that help our mitochondria make more energy. Supplements like ubiquinol, CoQ10, and PQQ, pyrroloquinoline quinone, are helpful for most people. B vitamins also help us make more energy, particularly B1 and B2. Selenium protects mitochondria from damage and supports new mitochondrial growth. Magnesium, particularly in its malate form, helps stabilize the ADP that mitochondria produce. NAD+, one of the best longevity tools, is one of the most powerful inducers of mitochondrial energy production and can best be used, albeit carefully, intravenously under physician guidance. Red light therapy offers another powerful tool, stimulating mitochondria to produce energy more efficiently while reducing oxidative stress. Movement, when appropriately paced, helps strengthen mitochondrial function, but it must be carefully balanced to avoid depleting an already compromised system. If you have discovered that your body is going into shutdown regularly, mitochondrial compromise is a major underlying reason. A good place to start is a magnesium combination of malate glycinate and alpha-ketoglutarate plus other supplement combinations of rhodiola, ubiquinol, CoQ10 and PQQ, and B1 and B2. Consider seeking a provider for 4-NAD+, if your energy level is so low you are having a hard time getting started with anything. You will want to work with an informed health coach or practitioner for personalization. Neurotransmitter imbalances. We can recognize neurotransmitter imbalances as an underlying reason for our continued trauma patterns through understanding both what disrupts them and the symptoms they create. Neurotransmitters become imbalanced through brain inflammation, gut dysfunction, chronic stress states, and blood sugar fluctuations. Even certain biochemical imbalances and poor sleep quality affect their production and function. We experience neurotransmitter imbalances through distinct patterns, depending on which systems are affected. Serotonin imbalance shows up as feeling down despite having a good life, with digestive issues often accompanying since our gut produces most of our serotonin. Sleep quality suffers, and we have difficulty feeling content or grateful. Low GABA activity creates restless anxiety with racing thoughts and physical tension that's hard to release. When our endorphin activity is low, both emotional and physical pain feel more intense, and we often find ourselves seeking comfort through food or other quick fixes. If you relate to any of these patterns or notice persistent trauma reactions despite having safety skills, your brain chemistry likely needs support. Neurotransmitters respond quickly to support. We want to improve their current production and function while addressing factors that block their natural balance. We do this through amino acids, cofactor nutrients, and lifestyle practices that support their natural rhythms. For neurotransmitter support, we focus first on providing building blocks through specific amino acids. For serotonin, we can use either tryptophan or 5-HTP, choosing 5-HTP if we have active brain inflammation. Supporting GABA helps calm anxiety and tension, while tyrosine supports dopamine for motivation and focus. Just as important are the cofactors needed. Vitamin B6, magnesium, and vitamin C help ensure our body can effectively use these building blocks. Regular sunlight exposure, especially in the morning, plays a crucial role in serotonin production. Stable blood sugar through regular meals helps maintain steady neurotransmitter function. Quality sleep is essential as our brain uses deep sleep to replenish neurotransmitter stores. If you're experiencing persistent anxiety, depression, or emotional sensitivity that seems out of proportion to situations, neurotransmitter imbalance may be a key factor to address. Start with stabilizing blood sugar, getting morning sunlight, and establishing consistent sleep patterns while working with an informed practitioner to develop a targeted amino acid protocol. Remember that while neurotransmitter support can provide quick relief, lasting balance requires addressing the factors that created the imbalance. Personalization. For Elena, implementing these repair tools created shifts that surprised her. She started with brain inflammation support through supplements like magnesium L-threonate, luteolin, huperzine A, and 2,000 milligrams of acetylcysteine daily. She also prioritized sleep by making her room completely dark and cool at night, took a sensory rest at midday, and used the eye support somatic self-practice. Immediately, this started helping her stay present rather than shutting down at work. The support of her biochemical imbalance, pyroluria, started with optimizing her supplements. She discontinued her multivitamin that didn't have effective dosages of nutrients and began targeted supplementation with zinc and B6. Knowing the increased oxidative stress that pyroluria creates, she added 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C and antioxidants to her daily regimen. For her Hold Me attachment pain from early life, she started 5 minutes of daily tummy crawling and pons level movements to reprogram her neurodevelopment. She found a weighted neck shawl. A sense of containment stabilized her global high-intensity activation pattern, and she grew less reactive. She started sleeping with a weighted blanket that allowed her nervous system to relax even deeper into sleep, helping her feel more refreshed. Working with her younger parts became easier as she learned to contain the emotions that would get triggered. With time, she was feeling more skilled in directing her nervous system rather than being at its mercy. She underwent an art narrative process to bring resolution to specific stories of her past, her birth story, the car accident, and her mom's violent boyfriend, that she hadn't been regulated enough to process before. As she let go, she felt more energy inside her, as if it had been taking a lot of energy to keep those stories down. She still had to work at staying connected to her body, but she found ways to support her body's movement. Now that she understood her body's relationship with stress, she could take action to discharge the adrenaline. She brought a yoga ball and treadmill into her office and took more breaks to walk around, being careful not to do too much and exceed her exercise capacity. Her mitochondrial support became more structured. Weekly visits to a medical spa included hyperbaric oxygen and red light therapy. Her dietary changes were comprehensive, removing gluten, dairy, eggs, and almonds. Even without gluten sensitivity, she understood its impact on gut health and autoimmunity. She increased antioxidant-rich foods like blueberries and salmon and incorporated more turmeric to support her immune system and reduce brain inflammation. For neurotransmitter support, she kept an assessment form on her desk, using it to guide her timing of GABA, DLPA for endorphins, and 5-HTP for serotonin rather than tryptophan, knowing her brain inflammation would affect its conversion. Within a few weeks, her brain fog cycles shortened and her ability to make decisions improved. At work, she transformed the yoga studio into a multipurpose space, making it available between classes for attachment and neurodevelopment.
Work.
She restructured the client program to prioritize somatic and parts self practices before any processing work or group sessions. Supporting her team became a priority. 2. She replaced processed snacks in the office with protein-rich whole foods and scheduled daily 30-minute sensory rest periods for each therapist. At home, discoveries continued. As Elena's energy and presence improved, she could maintain the intimate connections her daughters needed. The relationship repair work she'd longed to do became possible. Her daughters commented that her resting bitch face had disappeared, something she hadn't even realized she projected. Physical changes emerged, too. Her new normal resting heart rate at night was 45, down from 50. She began noticing when she was hungry throughout the day, rather than just eating because it was time to eat. Another turning point came during a stressful moment at work. For the first time, Elena didn't go into a shutdown response automatically. She still felt it come on, but now it seemed like a choice. This shift excited her. Changes were happening internally, without her forcing them to happen. Her team started noting how different she seemed, spontaneously stopping by just to connect. While we focused on her brain inflammation, mitochondrial and neurotransmitter support, Elena's other underlying factors still needed attention. Without addressing her immune system, biochemical imbalances, toxins, and nutrient deficiencies, her progress would eventually plateau. In the next chapter, we will look at 3 other common biological factors that become underlying reasons for keeping us stuck in our trauma, no matter how much therapy we do.
Summary.
With step 2 of the essential sequence, we start the critical repair that unblocks our body's innate ability to find its way back to the calm alive state and open fully to life again. This is where we learn to support sustained regulation and flexibility with state shifting, moving beyond just finding our safety zone. Elena's story reveals 3 key biological factors as underlying reasons why we get stuck, despite our best efforts. Brain inflammation creating constant signals of danger, mitochondrial compromise leaving us without energy for change, and neurotransmitter imbalances affecting our emotional resilience. These factors frequently create a ceiling effect in therapy where we can't seem to progress further because our biology lacks the capacity to create new neural pathways. Yet these underlying reasons also are leverage points for us to create a better tomorrow for ourselves. We can be strategic about supporting our nervous system's rewiring for regulation. I include the Biology of Trauma framework for you on the webpage for this book, biologyoftrauma.com/book. I include the specific protocols I use for myself for brain inflammation and mitochondrial support at biologyoftrauma.com/book. In the next chapter, we will look at 3 other common biological underlying reasons that could be holding you back. Through Claire's story of chronic fatigue, we will look at the underlying reasons of biochemical imbalances, toxin load, and nutrient deficiencies, and their specific repair. oceanofpdf.com. Chapter 15. The internal chemistry of dysregulation. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Socrates.
Tea's okay, Mom.
Just rest, and I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Claire's heart shattered as she watched her 14-year-old daughter, Emma, adjust the heavy comforter around her shoulders. The morning had started like many others recently, her body heavy, head foggy, that bone-deep exhaustion that no amount of rest seemed to touch. But today was supposed to be different. She had even set out her Team Emma t-shirt the night before, determined to watch her oldest daughter compete in her first district track meet. But she was in bed with another episode of fatigue. The familiar wave of shame filled Claire as Emma kissed her forehead. "I'll take care of you when I get back," Emma added with a smile that looked too old for her young face. "Dad's waiting in the car. I gotta run." Claire managed a weak nod, fighting back tears until she heard the front door close. Then they fell freely, hot and bitter, with frustration and shame. She hated being in the shutdown. The irony wasn't lost on her. Her days of being the Energizer Bunny had now shrunk to the confines of her bedroom after long days, or even therapy sessions. Yesterday's session had left her in this familiar state. Heavy, foggy, and depleted, despite a full night's sleep. Her bookshelf was lined with certificates from health training programs, and her iPad was full of notes about nervous system regulation. But knowledge wasn't enough. Claire had completed the foundational journey with me and learned all about finding her safety zone. When she limited her activities, she felt better, but it was easy to exceed her capacity without realizing it, until her body let her know with a fatigue episode. She had been avoiding sexual intimacy with her husband, Mark, for over a year, afraid of triggering another fatigue episode. Their marriage was suffering not just from the physical distance, but from the financial strain of the courses and certifications she'd pursued. Step 1 of the essential sequence had taken longer than she expected, requiring her to slow down and go through the foundational journey twice. Though she had succeeded, she could not stay small to stay safe, and she was ready to learn how to provide support to her body through specific repair tools. She couldn't continue watching her marriage erode, miss the special moments of her daughters growing up, and watch Emma become a caretaker. As Claire would start the support phase, she would discover multiple biological factors that were keeping her body stuck looping between stress and shutdown. For Claire, repair of biochemical imbalances, toxin overload, and nutrient deficiencies would make the shutdown no longer a regular occurrence and allow her to be the practitioner, parent, and wife she wanted to be. When change takes energy. Change requires energy. Whether we're building new neural pathways, completing stored trauma responses, or repairing cellular damage, our body needs energy for transformation. This creates a challenging paradox when energy depletion becomes one of our primary trauma patterns. Claire's experience illustrates this paradox perfectly. "I kept trying to push through," she shared, "but my body would shut down after therapy sessions or whenever I tried to stretch beyond my comfort zone." Without energy, she couldn't clear toxins from her system or make the changes she desperately wanted in her relationships and health. You might recognize this pattern in yourself. Perhaps you've blamed yourself for lacking willpower when therapy insights don't translate into lasting change. Or maybe you've felt frustrated when your body seemed to resist the changes you were working so hard to create. What's actually happening is more fundamental. Change requires energy that your body may not currently have available. Energy limitation affects how we move through healing. Each person's journey through the essential sequence follows their body's unique capacity. For Claire, her body communicated its limits through fatigue episodes. Elena's body spoke through autoimmune flares, joint pain, and butterfly rashes on her cheeks. Laura's body signaled through increased startle responses and cravings for quick energy foods. The ways in which our body communicates its capacity is often through the same trauma-associated symptoms and behaviors that lead us to seek change. If you find yourself hitting similar ceilings in your physical, mental, or emotional stamina, energy depletion might be a primary pattern to address. The solution isn't pushing harder. We cannot override cellular health with willpower or intellectual understanding alone. Instead, we need to identify what's draining our energy while supporting our body's ability to produce more energy. This becomes our foundation for lasting change. As we used the framework to prioritize Claire's support phase, repairing her energy depletion was a top priority. We would start by identifying the underlying reasons for her condition, removing what was draining her energy, and helping her make more energy. We already looked at a few underlying reasons and support tools for energy depletion in the last chapter. Brain inflammation will drain our energy, and mitochondria repair tools will help us make more energy. Now, let's look at how to address the 3 other issues that needed to be prioritized for Claire: biochemical imbalances, toxin overload, and nutrient deficiencies. Biochemical imbalances, the hidden drivers of dysregulation. Our body's chemistry profoundly influences our capacity for regulation and change. 3 specific biochemical imbalances: copper excess and pyroluria and methylation issues create invisible barriers to healing that no psychological therapy can undo. These 3 biochemical imbalances come out of the work of William Walsh, PhD, a biochemist and founder of Walsh Research Institute. His original work with Carl Pfeiffer, a nutritional biochemist and physician researcher, showed the higher prevalence of these biochemical imbalances in those with symptoms of mood imbalances. His research has since made significant discoveries regarding the mechanism behind bipolar symptoms, a mental health condition of fluctuating mood extremes. As I studied with Dr. Walsh, I began noticing the high prevalence of these imbalances in my addiction medicine patients, those stuck in a body trauma loop, and those with more severe attachment reactivity behaviors. To my surprise, I discovered that I also had all 3 of these imbalances, and it has continued to be a common finding in those who undergo a biology of trauma health coaching session. Claire found that she had both a copper excess and an undermethylation status as underlying reasons for her continued shutdown. This discovery, like it does for many others, gave her leverage points to apply precise repair tools to achieve the shifts she had thus far been unable to accomplish. Elena would discover pyroluria as an imbalance to repair. Let's review each imbalance and learn if we might have it, based on common traits that we might want to get lab testing for. Directions on how to get lab testing for any of these are on the resource website for this book, biologyofftrauma.com/book.biologyofftrauma.com/book. Copper excess. Copper, while essential for health, becomes a powerful neurotoxin when present in excess. This excess can occur in 2 ways: through a high copper to zinc ratio in the blood or through high levels of unbound free copper circulating in our system. The body has sophisticated mechanisms for managing copper, including proteins that bind it and pathways to clear it. When these systems become compromised through stress, nutrient deficiencies, or overwhelm, copper can accumulate to toxic levels. The effects of copper excess ripple throughout our entire system. The excess creates havoc with our neurotransmitters, lowering dopamine while increasing stress hormones like noradrenaline and adrenaline. This biochemical shift creates a state of constant inner activation, anxiety, irritability, emotional reactivity, and exhaustion become daily experiences. Many people with copper excess notice specific signs: ringing in their ears, sensitivities to cheap metals or clothing tags, difficulty sleeping, and frequent infections due to a compromised immune system. For Claire, discovering her copper excess brought an unexpected insight into her family history. Her mother's postpartum depression suddenly made sense. As mentioned in Chapter 1111, studies show that over 95% of mothers with postpartum depression have elevated copper levels. Claire had experienced her own postpartum anxiety after both pregnancies, but since it manifested as anxiety rather than depression, she hadn't connected it to her mother's experience. Her chronic fatigue had developed after her second pregnancy, when hormonal changes typically increase copper levels. I had always tracked my cycle because I knew I'd be angrier and have less energy certain weeks, Claire told her foundational journey group. But I didn't realize this was not normal for premenstrual syndrome and that it pointed to a deeper biochemical imbalance that I could do something about. Blood testing confirmed her suspicions. Her copper to zinc ratio was 1.5, significantly higher than the optimal ratio of less than 1.3 needed for emotional stability and nervous system regulation. Supporting copper excess requires a careful approach. Moving too quickly can temporarily worsen symptoms, just like opening emotional material too fast. Claire began with low doses of zinc, starting at 50 milligrams daily and gradually increasing to 125 milligrams. She added 200 milligrams of vitamin B6, split between regular B6 and its activated form, P5P. Recognizing the oxidative stress copper excess creates, she also incorporated antioxidants into her daily regimen. Sources of copper exposure often surprise people. Some women discover their copper IUD is contributing to their symptoms. Others find their copper cookware or low-protein diet is part of the problem. Even chronic viral infections can play a role by depleting zinc, copper's natural balancing mineral. Like Claire, it is not uncommon to have multiple biochemical imbalances. Knowing what imbalances we have affects the specific dosages we should receive and how we support our biochemistry. Let's look at the other two, pyroluria and methylation imbalance. Pyroluria. Pyroluria is a genetic condition that affects how our body breaks down the iron ring in red blood cells. When these rings are not broken down properly, the large fragments pull zinc and vitamin B6 with them as they're filtered through our kidneys into urine. This zinc and B6 deficiency makes our nervous system more sensitive and reactive. However, the impact extends beyond these deficiencies. Pyroluria creates oxidative stress that lowers our energy levels and causes DNA damage, potentially leading to disease. Further, it disrupts our brain chemistry, causing lower levels of serotonin, dopamine, and GABA. These effects get more significant during times of stress, and having pyroluria makes it a lot easier to cross our critical line of overwhelm. The traits of those with pyroluria are predictable. They tend to be less tolerant to emotional stress and sensory overwhelm from lights, sounds, and even radiation and electromagnetic fields. They can be highly sensitive to others' energy and often feel drained in group settings due to the overwhelming sensory input. Common physical traits include increased susceptibility to sunburn and low morning appetite. Oxidative stress can lead to premature graying, and research has shown a strong association between pyroluria and autoimmune conditions. Elena had never thought to evaluate her biochemistry for her sensitivity. She just had self-identified as an empath and a highly sensitive person. Yet, as she reviewed the traits with me, our suspicion was high and a urine test confirmed she had pyroluria. Normal levels of pyrroles in the urine are less than 10 micrograms per deciliter. Hers were 40. She started taking 100 milligrams of zinc and 100 mg of B6 daily and noticed she was less sensitive within a week. To support her body with the increased oxidative stress, she was disciplined about bringing antioxidants into her diet and supplementation regimen. Methylation. Methylation is one of our body's most fundamental biological processes, acting as a master regulator of multiple systems. As part of a methylation cycle, it is involved in multiple processes like detox, energy, and mood. It is also a way our body controls our gene expression, and it adds or removes groups based on which genes should be expressed. Our methylation status is something we inherit, influenced by both our ancestral heritage and our mother's nutritional state during pregnancy. Research has linked methylation imbalances to a wide range of conditions, including depression, anxiety, ADD/ADHD, autism spectrum disorders, schizophrenia, and various autoimmune conditions. These imbalances can also affect cardiovascular health, hormone balance, and cognitive function. It is no surprise that methylation imbalances would become a hindrance to our body's innate ability to complete both stress and trauma responses. Research shows that over the last several decades, it is more common to have an undermethylation imbalance, where there is less methylation of our DNA overall. This creates a recognizable pattern of traits related to the effects on our biology. Key reasons for the common traits of undermethylation are histamine and glutamate. Histamine, a signal for both the immune system and the brain, can lead to allergies and digestive sensitivities, but also an inner drive for achievement, perfectionism, and even obsessive and addictive tendencies. The increased glutamate creates an inner restlessness and makes brain inflammation more likely. It is not uncommon to have lower activity of dopamine and serotonin in undermethylation. The anxiety also comes with adrenaline-seeking activities. And a background depression. Creating a puzzling picture if you don't know about undermethylation, these individuals usually appear composed on the surface, but describe a high level of inner anxiety. When Claire and I reviewed the signs of undermethylation, many pieces of her puzzle started fitting together. She had always been competitive and pushed herself to perfectionism. Several physical clues pointed to high histamine levels. She was allergic to cats, sensitive to certain foods, like tomatoes and peppers, and her nose would run during exercise. She even noticed her eyes watered more than others when in sunlight. She was also taking Zoloft for anxiety and depression, which is common for people with undermethylation since they often have lower serotonin levels. Given how strongly these traits resonated with her experience, we decided to test her blood histamine levels. The results confirmed undermethylation. Her level was 120 nanograms per milliliter, nearly double the normal range of 40 to 70. Supporting undermethylation is done by providing methyl groups, which can be done through a supplement SAMe, S-adenosylmethionine. While SAMe has been shown to be helpful for things like depression and pain, changing one's methylation status requires time, often a month or more. Claire started with a daily maintenance dose of 400 milligrams of SAMe. These imbalances don't just affect our mood, they create real barriers to regulation. Copper excess impacts our stress response by increasing adrenaline and oxidative stress. Pyroluria depletes nutrients essential for neurotransmitter production and stress resilience. Methylation issues affect everything from our energy production to our ability to process emotions. These biochemical factors aren't the whole story, but they form a crucial foundation for stopping the constant drain on our energy. Let's explore how toxins create another block to our healing journey and what we can do about it. Toxins, the hidden burden on healing. The presence of toxins in our body creates one of the most challenging obstacles to healing from trauma. Just as trauma affects our biology, toxins affect our capacity for change in 3 critical ways. First, they directly damage our cellular energy factories, compromising our ability to produce the energy needed for healing. Second, they create constant signals of danger to our nervous system, keeping us in protection mode. Third, they burden our body's resources, making it harder to maintain regulation even when we're doing everything else right. Claire discovered her toxin burden when her supposedly past mold exposure showed up on current testing, along with elevated mercury levels from both dental work and years of tuna consumption. Her body hadn't just been tired, it had been actively managing a significant toxic burden while trying to heal from trauma. Like many caught in this cycle, her biochemistry made the situation more challenging. Her undermethylation status meant certain detoxification pathways weren't working at full capacity, making it harder to clear these toxins naturally. This connection between toxins and trauma creates a self-perpetuating cycle. The energy depletion from stored trauma, with the dysregulation of the immune system and disrupted movement of things like our lymph, make it harder to clear toxins. Yet the presence of toxins creates dysregulation and depletion, making us more susceptible to trauma responses. Knowing the types of toxins in our body can empower us to decrease our exposure and understand which repair tools to use to help our body release and let go of toxins, both physical and emotional. Sadly, in our modern world, avoidance of toxins is impossible. From the air we breathe to the food we eat, our bodies encounter more toxins daily than any previous generation. Categories of toxins. Our daily world contains numerous substances that can become toxic when our body's capacity to process them is exceeded. Understanding different categories of toxins helps us recognize potential sources of burden and their effects on our healing capacity, so we can reduce the ones we can and help our body clear out the others. Heavy metals are one type of toxin and include things like mercury, fluoride, and lead. Mercury is a direct toxin to our mitochondria and depletes crucial antioxidants that protect against oxidative stress. Common sources include dental amalgams, fish, and some vaccines. Lead affects our cognitive function and energy production and is commonly found in old paint, contaminated soil, and some household water systems. Arsenic, another common heavy metal, disrupts cellular energy production and is often found in low levels in water and rice, especially brown rice. Fluoride, added to the water in the United States starting in 1945, is a neurotoxin, causing oxidative stress, inflammation, and damage to our neurons and brain chemistry. Chlorine, commonly used in water sources such as pools, is used as a disinfectant that kills harmful bacteria, but it also kills our gut bacteria, leading to immune system compromises, nutrient deficiencies, and neurotransmitter imbalances. We can also be exposed to biological toxins, common ones being mold, Lyme disease from ticks, and viral infections like COVID-19. Mold produces mycotoxins, invisible compounds that we breathe in, that decrease blood flow to our frontal lobe while triggering widespread inflammation through mast cell activation. Studies have found brain scans of mold toxicity patients nearly indistinguishable from those with multiple sclerosis, an autoimmune condition that attacks brain neurons. Infections like Lyme disease and even viral infections like COVID-19 create symptoms due to the toxins they release that our body can't overcome and resolve. The reason we often can't overcome these infectious toxins is because of the sheer amount of toxins we are exposed to daily in our modern life. From air pollution to pesticides in our food, plastics like BPA, phthalates that disrupt our hormones, and the products we put on our skin. Solvents and common household cleaning items often contain neurotoxic compounds that we absorb as we breathe them in or through skin contact. Very common yet toxic are cleaning products with ammonia or bleach, air fresheners containing phthalates, and beauty care items with parabens that all contribute to our daily toxic load. Especially when our body's capacity for detoxification is already compromised with dysregulation, the load can become too much, adding a toxin burden to our trauma burden. Perhaps the most damaging is what we put into our body with the toxic foods we eat. It's not only the pesticides on our vegetables. Food dyes and high fructose corn syrup are toxic, creating changes to how our DNA is read, messing with our metabolism, and causing liver damage that further decreases our ability to clear toxins. Both ingredients have clearly been associated with mood states and diseases, like cancer and NEFLD. Processed sugar is also a toxin to our nervous and immune systems. Research shows it activates microglia to create brain inflammation and disrupts our brain chemistry, making us addicted to what is harmful to us. When in excess, sugars attach to immune cells, making them ineffective. Alcohol is also a neurotoxin. Even moderate consumption activates brain inflammation and damages mitochondria. Research has shown that alcohol disrupts the blood-brain barrier, allowing more toxins to reach our neurons. When we have stored trauma, there is no safe amount of alcohol. For Claire, looking at how many daily toxins she was exposed to currently, added to her prior exposures, helped her understand why her trauma healing had plateaued. Toxins were keeping her stuck in dysregulation and depletion, creating constant cues of danger to her neuroception and keeping her locked in survival patterns despite her best efforts at healing. Recognizing toxin burden. A toxin burden often reveals itself through patterns rather than isolated symptoms. Because toxins affect multiple systems, from our neurons to our mitochondria to our fat cells, these patterns can initially seem unrelated. Yet, understanding these patterns helps us recognize when toxins might be contributing to our trauma responses. Mold toxicity creates one of the most distinctive patterns through its effect on our mast cells and brain, resulting in brain fog, poor memory, and difficulty focusing that can vary with our location until it becomes chronic. Random nerve pain and joint swelling that moves throughout the body, along with recurrent sinus issues, can suggest infectious toxins of Lyme or mold. Digestive issues like bloating, cramping, diarrhea, or constipation are common, but the impact on mood is near universal. When anxiety or depression seems to be happening without a clear cause or feels more intense than the situation warrants, it should serve as a sign of infectious toxins, especially when accompanied with forgetfulness, clumsiness, and fatigue crashes after physical or emotional exertion. Chemical sensitivities often indicate a broader toxin burden. What starts as sensitivity to perfumes or cleaning products can expand to include reactions to foods, medications, or electromagnetic fields. This heightened reactivity stems from overactivated mast cells attempting to protect us from perceived threats. The challenge is that anxiety and depression, along with gut issues and random physical symptoms, whether nerve pain, twitches, or joint swelling, are common in those with persistent trauma responses. It may not seem clear to associate those symptoms with toxins and not the trauma responses themselves. Because many toxins are stored in fat cells, symptoms that worsen with rapid weight loss, like juicing, fasting, or an aggressive diet, present another clue. Weight loss dumps toxins back into the blood, causing havoc. Claire recognized many of these patterns herself, though she had previously attributed them to stress or poor self-care. Understanding how toxins were affecting her biology led her to make strategic changes, eliminating her evening wine, choosing organic foods, and creating a less toxic home environment with air filters and natural cleaning products. These changes weren't just for her. She felt empowered knowing she was creating a healthier environment for her daughters as well. Just reducing her exposure to toxins improved her capacity, but more would be needed, and she would have to make those changes very gently given her degree of toxin burden and depletion. Repair of detoxification pathways. We see the need for an ordered sequence for healing not just with stored trauma, but with stored toxins, as safe detoxification demands a precise approach. Claire learned this the hard way when she put herself on a juice fast to lose weight quickly for the holidays, but felt so terrible she had to stop. Assuming it was the holidays that triggered her trauma, she didn't think to attribute it to having recirculated toxins in her blood with rapid weight loss. She fell into another fatigue episode. Her ankles and wrists became swollen, and nerve pains randomly shot down her legs. Rushing into active toxin removal can backfire when our body lacks the resources and open channels to let go of the toxins. Our body's natural detoxification follows 3 distinct phases, and when we learn to support ourselves through these phases, we can break the trauma toxin cycle. Just like the essential sequence that starts with safety to avoid re-traumatization, so does detoxification start with cellular resourcing and safety to avoid the overwhelm of aggressive cleansing protocols. The first phase focuses on resourcing our cells with energy, which includes reducing our exposure to toxins, but it also involves removing what drains energy and helping mitochondria make more energy. For Claire, this would mean addressing nutrient deficiencies that would block detoxification pathways. Just like finding the safety zone in the nervous system, this phase creates a cellular environment where letting go becomes possible. Only when our cells feel resourced do we move to the second phase, opening channels of elimination. Toxins are primarily eliminated through our sweat, urine, and stools. Claire's chronic constipation meant her system was recirculating toxins. Her preference for coffee instead of water led to dehydration, causing fewer toxins to be eliminated. Without the ability to exercise like she used to, she couldn't remember the last time she really broke a sweat, which kept toxins from being able to leave her system. Opening these channels through ensuring regular bowel movements, proper hydration, and sweating, while improving lymphatic movement and circulation, would create the clear pathways for her body to let go of toxins. It is not until the third phase that we work on actively removing toxins. Like a house being cleaned up after a stove fire, we want to open the doors and windows first before deep cleaning the carpets and releasing even more toxins into the air. In this phase, we use active binders like chlorella, charcoal, and others that more aggressively bind and remove toxins only. After we have resourced and opened up removal pathways, so we don't create depletion and dysregulation in the process. Claire learned to recognize when her body was ready for more active detoxification by monitoring her energy, digestion, and emotional stability. starting with gentle binders like chlorella while maintaining her foundational support,
allowed. 4.
sustainable progress,
Without.
overwhelming her system. As Claire established this foundation, she found her energy more stable, her thinking clearer, and her nervous system more regulated. This created a positive cycle where better regulation supported better detoxification, which supported building more regulation, gradually lifting the ceiling effect that toxins had placed on her healing. If she had known which nutrient deficiencies to repair to support her body, she would have remained stuck in the trauma toxin cycle, unable to successfully accomplish phases 2 and 3 of safe detoxification. Nutrient deficiencies. I can't think of one person who has come to work through their trauma with me who hasn't had at least a few nutrient deficiencies. Our body uses up so many nutrients to generate stress responses, and the shutdown state affects our ability to absorb and utilize nutrients. Getting stuck in this stress-overwhelm loop, our body gradually becomes more and more depleted of key nutrients, which sends cues of danger to our neuroception. Supporting our stress response by repairing nutrient deficiencies is one of the most important things we can do to help our inner trauma work. There are many possible nutrient deficiencies that we can identify with functional testing, like micronutrient levels that show us intracellular and not just blood levels. Yet even without testing, we can start to repair our cellular resources. For example, we know that magnesium is depleted when we have been stressed and overwhelmed for a long time. Vitamin C, vitamin B6, selenium, and even essential fatty acids needed for brain function and inflammation regulation are also commonly depleted with stress and overwhelm. Claire started basic support of magnesium, vitamin C, omega-3s, vitamins B6, and thiamine until she was able to get labs. When Claire's regular health provider ran basic labs, everything came back normal. It wasn't until she had micronutrient testing that she discovered significant deficiencies in B3, choline, CoQ10, and selenium. When she saw the results, it made so much sense. Low selenium will affect thyroid hormone and contribute to fatigue, weight gain, and feeling cold, all things she was experiencing. Deficient B3 would contribute to fatigue and weakness, CoQ10 to fatigue, and choline to cell membrane stability and memory problems. Letting go to make room for joy. Toxins aren't just physical, like microplastics in our food, or biological, like mold toxins from previous water damage. For our body's physiological detoxification, we must look at the relationships in our life and our beliefs about ourselves that are also toxic. Whether it's toxic chemicals, relationships, or self-judgment from our inner critic, we need to let them go so we can replace them with joy and authenticity. We all know that it can be incredibly hard to let go of relationships and even self-berating habits, even when we know they are toxic. If only we could do a celery juice detox and have it release the toxic relationship we have with our family of origin, friends that support our negative habits, and the toxic belief that we aren't good enough. There is always a reason why we hold on to something toxic. It serves us in some way. We stay in toxic relationships because we ask ourselves, who would we have if we didn't have them? We hold on to memories of the past that are now toxic to our growth because they allow us to not have to show up 100% in our life today. We hold on to our toxic inner critic because it's how we know to remind ourselves to stay small to stay safe, or we'd rather beat ourselves up than to hear it from someone else. The battered wife who stays maybe doing what feels best for her survival, given the energy and resources she has. When working to eliminate toxins, we want to integrate the somatic self-practices and parts work that support letting go at all levels needed for healing. Without integration of the 3 levels, mind, body, and biology, our ability to let go is very limited. Claire worked with me to learn specific somatic practices that created inner felt experiences of honoring her body's pace of letting go. Starting with her heart and gut, she learned to create a felt sense of safety and support for letting go, rather than forcing. Simple practices of placing her hands over and on the side of her heart helped relax her body. Supporting her shoulders and hips, the areas where we often brace and hold tension when we don't want to let go of something, allowed her body to begin releasing. Yet, somatic practices alone weren't enough. She came to identify parts of herself that were terrified of letting go, convinced that holding on was keeping her safe. I realized I had a young part that believed holding on was how to survive and not let myself get hurt again, Claire shared. And another part that was certain that letting go meant losing control and having nothing. Working with these parts required patience and understanding, helping her see that release could happen gradually, safely. Claire saw how connected her therapeutic work around letting go of toxic relationships and self-talk was to her fatigue episodes. The first time the somatic and parts work around letting go triggered a fatigue episode, she thought it was a coincidence. But when she methodically repaired her detoxification, she found more capacity to stay present with uncomfortable sensations and emotions, and she could do more with her body's implicit memories and parts that also needed support to let go. This three-way integration created a healing path forward for Claire that she hadn't experienced in the years of learning information and attending courses. Somatic practices provided the physical container for release. Parts work addressed the emotional wisdom of holding on. Biological support ensured enough energy and resources for transformation. Each element supports the others, creating the dance of letting go that honors our body's needs for going as slow as we need to while building capacity for making room for joy and authenticity. For Claire, this would be enough for her body to move out of chronic fatigue over the next 12 months, embody what she was doing, and create beautiful relationships around her. For Sarah, this would not be enough. She would discover that her attachment insecurity and immune system had programmed patterns of her past that would need specific repair. How could she reprogram her early attachment and immune system? She would need to figure this out in order to change her trauma patterns and avoid a trauma-associated disease. The next chapter explores how our attachment and immune system will keep us running past programming, creating another layer that must be addressed for lasting transformation.
Summary.
Biochemical imbalances, toxins, and nutrient deficiencies create barriers to our healing journey, invisible to us until we know how to recognize them. They each contribute to our pre-existing filter that makes us more susceptible to a trauma response when stress hits. The longer we are in a body trauma loop, the more our pre-existing filter attracts imbalances, toxins, and deficiencies. This explains why many people are exposed to toxins and infections daily, but not all develop chronic conditions and syndromes as a result. It is when our pre-existing filter is already compromised by a dysregulated nervous system that we are more susceptible to a chronic condition from those exposures. For those wanting to repair their trauma biology, testing for nutrient levels, biochemical imbalances, and toxins can reveal helpful leverage points. Through intentional repair of the blocks we find, we can begin to shift our inner filter. Resources for lab testing are found on the resource website for this book, biologyofftrauma.com/book. biologyofftrauma.com/book. For Claire, assessing, testing, and repairing imbalances, deficiencies, and toxins really shifted things for her fatigue and shutdown. However, for some, this still will not be enough, as we will see for Sarah in the next chapter. OceanoFPDF.com. Chapter 16. Repair of Early Programming of Fear. Our thoughts are mainly controlled by our subconscious, which is largely formed before the age of 6, and you cannot change the subconscious mind by just thinking about it. That's why the power of positive thinking will not work for most people. The subconscious mind is like a tape player. Until you change the tape, it will not change. Bruce Lipton, PhD.
A.
As Sarah pulled into her driveway, she could no longer hold back the tears that had been building up all day. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable anger she just couldn't shake, she had left her ICU shift early to get her head straight. But now that she was home, she couldn't bring herself to go inside. Not like this. She didn't want her husband to see her in this state. These tears were different from ones she had experienced before. They weren't expressing sadness, but an anger and resentment that seemed to know no limits. Sarah had always been one to prioritize other people's happiness over her own needs. It had become so habitual that she had a hard time even recognizing that her needs weren't being met. But now that she had done the work to find her safety zone, she was starting to feel all the emotions that had been stuffed down for so many years. She had never felt comfortable with anger. The thought of her husband seeing her like that created an almost unbearable urge to hide. In the months since her mother's passing, memories, fears, and emotions she didn't know she had were surfacing, and she sought solace, or at least distraction, in her work. Staying busy worked well enough, but the moment she was still, everything came flooding in. The perfectionism that held everything together for so long was now starting to feel like a prison. She knew she needed to create new patterns, but letting go of the old ones still felt so uncomfortable. For example, in therapy last week she had, once again, defended her mother's constant ridicule and neediness. When she realized the familiar pattern she was falling into, she felt angry at herself first, and then at her mother for having caused so much damage to her psyche in the first place. It felt like her body was falling apart, too. At work that day, while helping a colleague move a patient to another room, she noticed an unusual ache in her legs. When she helped pull the patient toward her onto the bed, she felt swollen lymph nodes in her armpit. As she went to check the swelling in the bathroom, she noticed a rash had broken out over her chest. At first, she was surprised. She hadn't had these symptoms since she had an Epstein-Barr virus infection in college. Then she remembered that a virus can lie dormant in our cells and get reactivated decades later with stress. Now that her body had her attention, Sarah reflected on other things that had changed about her physical condition recently. She had been reacting more to the cleaning supplies she used on the ICU beds, waking up with bags under her eyes most mornings, and getting anxiety and headaches after eating. What Sarah was starting to discover as she moved from safety, step 1, to support, step 2, in the essential sequence was just how much her anger, anxiety, and current symptoms were expressions of early programming. Her attachment patterns, formed through thousands of early experiences with her mother, had created a tape that played in her nervous system saying, "Connection is overwhelming." Meanwhile, her immune system, intimately connected with the nervous system, had absorbed and adapted to her early fear and overwhelm. Now, it had manifested as inflammation and hypersensitivity and activated a dormant virus. With a compromised pre-existing state, it was no wonder she was falling apart, especially with so many emotions surfacing, triggering every survival belief within her that told her to remain quiet, invisible, and only in service to others. She still felt the shame of her mother's public ridicule and wanted to stay invisible. Finding basic safety had been essential for Sarah, like it is for everyone, but to create the change she really wanted, she would need to continue on to step 2 and support her body's innate ability to repair the early programming wired into her attachment pains and immune imbalances. It would also take specific repair tools to rewrite the programs that had been running inside her for decades. As she learned the concepts we'll be learning in this chapter, her whole approach began to change. She also found new motivation as she learned that these systems could be repaired, giving her hope for the first time in a long time that her life, health, and relationships could be different. When safety opens up repressed anger. Sarah's journey through step 1 of the essential sequence had resulted, quite predictably, with her nervous system coming out of shutdown into activation. But it also created an unexpected paradox for her. Using her new skills to create inner safety had also opened the door to something she'd spent a lifetime avoiding: anger. Before learning these skills, Sarah had found a sense of safety in busyness, perfectionism, and being invisible. These are the qualities she had developed to help her survive her childhood. Turning her anger inward, instead of toward her mother, was the most adaptive way to avoid compromising her attachment relationship with her mother, a relationship that was fundamental to her survival. Does this sound familiar? Maybe you, too, have found safety in being busy, in trying to do everything perfectly, or in staying invisible. These patterns often emerge when we learn early on that expressing our authentic needs, especially anger, feels threatening to important relationships. The more we create genuine internal safety, the more our system will emerge from its chronic shutdown state and into sympathetic activation, where we're able to feel all of the anxiety and anger that was being muted before. For Sarah, anxiety didn't bother her as much, as she had always lived with inner tension. She could manage with her usual coping strategies of busyness and perfectionism. But anger? Even the thought of expressing anger to someone triggered her body's instinctual trauma response. Just as she had learned in childhood to suppress her needs to maintain connection with her mother, her adult system still chose shutdown over anything close to expression. The changes started happening in subtle ways. At first, she'd manage to express her anger, but then react and instinctively recoil into older patterns. For example, she would complain to a colleague about her mother and how when she calls or visits, it is all about her and never about Sarah. Can't she see I have needs, too? Sarah would say. But when her colleague suggested that perhaps her mother was a narcissist, Sarah vehemently defended her. Her body knew the script well. Blame yourself, stay small, keep the connection at any cost. What Sarah was discovering with the emergence of these new physical symptoms was that this early programming wasn't just psychological, it was also encoded in her biology, and specifically in her immune system. The same pattern of suppressing her authentic self to maintain attachment had created a parallel pattern in her immune system. The reactivation of Epstein-Barr virus and a new diagnosis of mast cell activation syndrome were expressions of the immune imbalance programmed in her early life, triggered by those early fears. Sarah is not the exception. Her experience is quite common. There is extensive research demonstrating the connection between personality traits and immune function. Perfectionism, for example, has been associated with diseases of chronic inflammation like ulcerative colitis or Crohn's. Those who feel lonely have worse immune function and are more likely to develop metabolic syndrome, a condition with a pro-inflammatory state, and type 2 diabetes. Adverse childhood experiences lead to chronic inflammation, which is known to predict a variety of health conditions, including metabolic disorders, heart disease, mental health issues, and greater all-cause mortality risk. Perfectionism, people-pleasing, and a tendency to suppress, or even unconsciously repress emotions with dissociation are symptoms of early programming that embedded deep into our nervous system, immune system, and epigenetics. Thus, the same mechanisms that helped Sarah survive attachment pain had also created a biological template for inflammation, viral reactivation, and heightened immune sensitivity. But early programming shows up in different ways for different people based on their specific adaptations. For Elena, her attachment survival mechanisms came with an autoimmune diagnosis of lupus as an adult. Laura developed chronic brain inflammation. Alex developed metabolic syndrome. And Claire developed the chronic low-grade inflammation that's associated with chronic fatigue. While awareness of these patterns was important, Sarah found she couldn't change them with the skills she had to create inner safety. Deeply rooted survival programs can't be healed through awareness alone, nor just by learning how to create inner safety. While creating inner safety is an important first step, it's not the only step. Unless we learn the appropriate steps of repair and support, our attachment issues will continue to get triggered with everything in our life that might compromise our connection with ourselves or others. We need additional skills to support a comprehensive repair process within our bodies, ones that go beyond nutrient replacement and dietary changes. We need to learn skills to complete, rather than short-circuit, the stress responses that emerge with anger, learn to discharge the increased adrenaline circulating in our blood, and most importantly, repattern both learned helplessness and our specific attachment pains. This work will require new experiences at every level, from neurodevelopmental movements to immune system reprogramming at the cellular level. You might be feeling apprehensive now about how deep these issues go, and what it means to change such deeply ingrained patterns. Or you might be feeling some relief in understanding that your physical symptoms and relationship patterns make sense, given your history. Both responses are completely normal and valid. One of the amazing things about our nervous system and body is how they continue to adapt to new environments and experiences, no matter how old we are. Repair of our attachment programming is possible. Let's look at what the experience was like for Sarah. Attachment repair, rewiring our core programming. As we come to repair our attachment, the important truth emerges that we can't go back and change what has happened, but we can create a new internal environment that satisfies the needs we have now that have been waiting years, and even decades, to be met. It's easy to fall into the trap of believing that we can repair our attachment by finding the perfect partner or a therapist. But there is nothing external that will rewrite our programming for us. We need to learn how to create that repair within ourselves. This isn't about choosing self-reliance instead of connection. It's about building an internal foundation that makes room for genuine, expansive relationships rather than dependent ones. Until we learn to see, hold, and love ourselves, we'll keep seeking others to do this healing work for us, often recreating the very patterns we're trying to escape. The 3 pillars of repair. Just as our early attachment template was formed through 3 pillars simultaneously, attunement, neurodevelopment, and biology, genuine repair also requires addressing all 3 at the same time. Insights into our attachment patterns, triggers, and default reactions alone. Insights commonly gained through traditional talk therapy often fall short of creating lasting change. Our early programming isn't just mental or even emotional, it is woven into the biological fabric of our movement patterns, nervous system responses, and immune memory. Real and lasting repair is found by listening to the wisdom of our bodies. While our minds alone may forget or suppress difficult memories, our bodies hold the truth of our inner experiences. They communicate through immediate physical reactions, i.e., the sudden trembling when someone makes a certain comment, the tightness in our throat when trying to speak up, or the freeze response when facing conflict, and through our physical health symptoms and illnesses, like Sarah's viral reactivations, Elena's autoimmune condition, or recurring digestive issues. When our body trembles, freezes, or reacts in ways that feel beyond our control, it's guiding us to something stored that is ready for repair. Self-attunement is the foundation to this repair, the ability to hear, understand, and respond to both our body's immediate messages and longer-term health patterns with the care that we would give a small child. Self-attunement, becoming who we've been waiting for. Self-attunement becomes a new relationship with ourselves that sets the foundation for repair through the creation of new internal experiences. Learning to attune to ourselves allows us to create the experience of being held, heard, supported, seen, understood, and loved, repairing each of the attachment pains we may carry. We can learn to give ourselves the consistent attention and care that we need to find regulation. Since Sarah's early experiences taught her system that being seen was dangerous, genuine repair required creating new experiences where she could be seen safely, first and most importantly by herself. This meant learning specific practices to notice and respond to her needs, like pausing to check in with her body's sensations or placing a hand on her heart when feeling overwhelmed. These practices began creating new neural pathways of self-connection. Sarah's most profound shifts came through integrating these approaches with parts work. She discovered a young part of herself that believed being seen meant being ridiculed. Rather than trying to convince this part it was safe now, she learned to create actual experiences of safety through both movement and attunement. When anger surfaced, she would combine gentle tummy crawling with speaking to this younger part. "I see you're angry. You get to feel that." Sarah had another part of her that was terrified to be seen and would shut down to avoid it. And she had other parts that had developed to protect that part from being seen, namely a perfectionistic part, a multitasker part, and a part that deflected with humor. Learning to identify, communicate, and then negotiate with these parts, she could support the adaptive parts by helping them feel safe enough to not engage while she communicated and provided attunement and relationship repair with the younger part. Working with these parts requires a delicate balance. We can't simply dismiss the protective parts that kept us safe for so long, nor can we push too quickly to connect with vulnerable younger parts. Instead, Sarah learned to create safety for all parts of herself. She would acknowledge her perfectionist part's fear about letting go of control while gently helping her younger part feel seen and understood. Her daily somatic practice grew into a continual conversation with her body, listening to its messages before it had to get too loud, like a crying baby escalating its volume to be heard. Rather than analyzing her past and her relationship with her mother, she experienced self-love and a better connection with her husband through her self-attunement somatic and part skills. But while self-love is great, her insecurities were also programmed into her movement patterns and sensory neural pathways. Those would also need repair. Neurodevelopment. Repair through movement. Before we can speak or think in complex ways, we organize our nervous system through movement. Movement supports regulation, body awareness, and sensory processing. Influences on our regulation that we take for granted, like our sense of balance and our body awareness, are developed during specific movements in the first 18 months of life. Early neurodevelopment movement patterns become intertwined with our attachment, happening at the same time as our being seen, heard, and held by our safe person who takes care of us. Experiencing relational overwhelm and feeling alone, afraid, or inadequate will affect our sense of security and freedom to move in the ways we need for healthy neurodevelopment. Not being able to move affects our ability to regulate, since we regulate with movement. One of the best ways to repair early attachment trauma is to reorganize the affected neural pathways through specific neurodevelopmental movements like crawling, rocking, or rolling. Sarah discovered what specific types of neurodevelopmental movements she needed to reorganize by doing a simple exercise of crawling on her belly across a smooth floor. Her movement patterns revealed gaps in the pons region of the brain stem, which impacts one's ability to feel the body's sensations of hunger and thirst. If you lack awareness of basic body signals like hunger, thirst, temperature, or fatigue, or you are easily overwhelmed by sensory stimulating environments, such as having a hard time focusing or staying connected to your body when there are lights, sounds, or touch distracting you, you might have one or more of the attachment pains. You can repair these neural pathways through neurodevelopmental movement. These are specific movements that tap into powerful implicit memories of early powerlessness and overwhelm. These movements can spontaneously trigger early reflexes and release stored memories or emotions. For Sarah, this meant starting with 5 minutes per day of tummy crawling, combined with speaking kindly to her younger parts. This practice helped her system learn on a visceral level that feeling her body and emotions could be safe. As she was able, she increased her tummy crawl exercise to 2 or 3 times a day, then added 5 minutes of hands and knees crawling for the reorganization of her midbrain gaps, which also needed work. When integrated with a self-attunement practice, these movement patterns create new neural pathways for safety and connection. These neuroreorganization movements need to be approached carefully, ensuring we only do as much as our body is ready for. We first must have the skills to return to safety and be attuned enough with our bodies to stay within our window of tolerance before engaging in these movement patterns, as they can otherwise cause harm. To fully rewire her capacity for connection, Sarah would need to address the biology that had contributed to her system being unavailable for connection as a child. Biology supporting our system's capacity for connection. Just as an infant needs specific brain chemistry to bond, our biology as adults either promotes or hinders connection. The very neurotransmitters that facilitate bonding, serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin, become disrupted by brain inflammation, biochemical imbalances, and gut imbalances. When our inner biology is full of adrenaline, inflammation, toxins, or oxidative stress, it activates survival responses and makes connection more challenging. Sarah had many biological reasons for why she was stuck in her attachment patterns. With both pyroluria and an undermethylation status, she struggled with low GABA, serotonin, and dopamine. Laura and Elena's brain inflammation would need calming before they could maintain regulation and have the mental energy for authentic connection. All the underlying biological reasons that promote trauma patterns will also hinder us from attachment repair, since trauma patterns hinder authentic connection. Nutrient depletion, toxin overload, and mitochondrial compromise all contribute to depletion. We won't connect with others when we don't have the energy for more than just survival. This creates a cycle where biological depletion maintains trauma patterns, making it harder to connect even when we consciously want to. Perhaps you understand your patterns intellectually, but still feel overwhelmed by emotional connection. Or maybe you want closer relationships but feel constantly drained by social interaction. Or you are emotionally reactive and push people away. These aren't personal failings. They're signs your biology needs specific support to be fully available for connection. When we have attachment pains from early life fear and pain, we are at risk of diseases. Learning how to support our body's innate healing of our immune system through repair tools becomes an important piece of the puzzle, even if we don't think we have symptoms. The immune system records and maintains early patterns, creating another layer that, when supported and repaired, helps us re-engage our healing strategies for attachment and connection. Immune imbalance, reprogramming operating states. Just as our attachment patterns get programmed through early experiences, our immune system develops its own operating templates. Having recorded every exposure since we were born, our immune system remembers and maintains patterns of protection when the nervous system gets stuck in dysregulation. Sarah's reactivated Epstein-Barr virus and new sensitivities after her mother's death showed us that her immune and nervous systems, operating together as a unit to protect her, had gotten stuck in survival patterns and needed repair. Just as our nervous system shifts between distinct operating states, so does our immune system. When feeling safe enough, our nervous system rests in the calm, alive state of balance. Under stress, it activates into high energy, and with overwhelm, it shuts down. Our immune system mirrors these same three states through signaling pathways at the nuclear and cellular level. Three key pathways orchestrate these immune states, working together like different sections of an orchestra. At the cellular level, immune cells can become highly reactive or maintain balanced responses. At the nuclear level, molecular switches inside cells direct inflammation or repair. And through cell membrane signaling, messages spread throughout our body to promote either inflammation or healing. Let's look at how Sarah's experience after her mother's passing reveals these operating states in action. Sarah's initial emotional shock activated not just her nervous system, but her entire immune army. What began as digestive issues and fatigue soon progressed to new sensitivities to foods and chemicals she'd previously tolerated. For some, immune dysregulation will become autoimmunity. For others, mold sensitivity, Lyme disease, long-haul viral syndromes, type 2 diabetes, cancer, etc. The presentation won't be exactly the same for everyone. It depends on our unique pre-existing state. It is not nervous system patterns of overwhelm and stress that cause these diseases. However, our nervous system dysregulation makes us more susceptible when we are exposed because of the relationship between the two systems. You've already learned about two important players in this immune system orchestra: microglia in your brain and mast cells throughout your body. When overwhelmed by early experiences, these cells become hypersensitive, overreacting to minor triggers. For Laura and Elena, this showed up as cycles of brain inflammation as a result of emotional overwhelm. For Sarah, it showed up as heightened reactions of her mast cells, releasing histamine in response to the cleaning supplies at work that had never bothered her before.
Drivers of immune states.
Inside every cell in our body lies a control center, the nucleus, where two important switches help determine whether we're in a state of stress and inflammation or healing and repair. These molecular switches, called transcription factors, direct which genes turn on or off in response to what's happening in and around us. The first switch, NF-kappa B, think of it as our stress switch. turns on our body's alarm system. When activated by stress, infection, or injury, it signals our cells to produce inflammatory compounds, a lot like calling in the troops for battle. While this response is vital when we face real threats, the problem comes when our nervous system stays dysregulated. Then, this inflammation switch can get stuck in the on position, maintaining a pro-inflammatory state even when the threat is gone. Balancing this switch is NRF2. Think of it as our immune repair switch. While NF-kappa B calls in the troops for inflammation, NRF2 activates our body's natural repair crew. It turns on genes that help clean up damage from inflammation and protect our cells from oxidative stress. The balance between these two switches, inflammation and repair, determines our overall immune system balance and whether we develop chronic inflammation associated with disease. There is one more primary signaling pathway that determines the state of our immune system by interfacing with our cells to coordinate a whole body state. Found in our cell membranes, arachidonic acid acts as a messenger that can go down either an inflammatory pathway or a healing pathway, depending on the signal. Arachidonic acid is how our immune system connects with other systems. It affects our blood vessels and clotting, skin inflammation, digestive issues, and joints. When our diet contains too many omega-6 fats from processed foods and oils, arachidonic acid tends to produce more inflammatory signals. Conversely, omega-3 fats from sources like fish oils help direct arachidonic acid toward anti-inflammatory pathways. Sarah's experience with increasing chemical and food sensitivities after her mother's passing illustrates how this signaling can affect us. The combination of emotional stress and eating more processed foods so she didn't have to cook had pushed her arachidonic acid signaling toward inflammation. Perhaps you've noticed that certain foods trigger inflammation in your body, showing up as joint pain, digestive issues, or skin problems. Or maybe you've experienced how emotional stress amplifies your unique manifestations of inflammation through histamine, skin rashes, or headaches. These aren't random symptoms to just be shut down with Benadryl or another anti-inflammatory Band-Aid. These inflammatory reactions are messages that our immune system is responding to danger. Our immune system, like our nervous system, has incredible capacity for change when given the right support. Immune repair. To guide the repair of our immune dysregulation, we don't want to focus on the downstream behavior but go upstream to change the state of our nervous system. What's driving the pro-inflammatory state? We can use repair tools to shift our immune state to one of balance, just like our stress. Response is not bad, and we don't want to shut it off. Inflammation isn't either. We just want it balanced and responding appropriately. We can do this by applying repair tools to the signaling pathways NF-kappa B/NRF2 balance and arachidonic acid. We have an abundance of natural repair tools to employ, and we start with those that are the easiest for us. We can decrease the NF-kappa B signal through antioxidant-rich foods like blueberries and cranberries by limiting processed foods, sugar, and alcohol, and adding nutrients through supplementation with magnesium, vitamin C, D, B6 and B12, CoQ10, alpha-lipoic acid, boswellia, and ashwagandha. We can increase our NRF2 signal through cruciferous vegetables like broccoli and cabbage with green tea, quercetin, and rosemary. The most powerful repair tools will be those that act on both NF-kappa B and NRF2 to promote balance, like curcumin and resveratrol. We can repair our arachidonic acid signaling by dietary changes that increase omega-3s and decrease omega-6, and by consuming foods prepared in such a way that will guide arachidonic acid down the healing pathway. Choose wild-caught salmon and krill oil rich in omega-3s and avoid vegetable omega-6 fats in processed and fast food meals. Grass-fed meat has a significantly lower amount of arachidonic acid than standard grain-fed meat. While I have focused on dietary repair tools, some of the most powerful repair tools for the immune system are sleep, exercise, and social connection, specifically hugs. Developing a regular sleep schedule, as hard as it is one of the best ways to support not just our immune system but nervous system and mood regulation. Creating a reason to get up in the morning, bringing in regular exercise, and giving and receiving hugs have all been found to help bring a dysregulated immune system back into balance. Sarah's repair began with using specific nutrients to help balance NF-kappa B and NRF2 activity. Simple additions to her food and supplementation, like turmeric, resveratrol, and quercetin, were possible. She provided intentional support to her arachidonic acid pathways by no longer grabbing the fast snacks and meals full of pro-inflammatory fats, but choosing omega-3 rich foods like wild-caught fish and grass-fed meats, and taking krill oil supplementation. She started baking or boiling meats instead of grilling and frying to preserve the beneficial fats and promote inner balance.
Of her immune system.
She started going to bed and getting up at the same time every day, and scheduled time with her husband to go for walks and to cuddle, knowing she was investing not just in her immune system, but in their relationship. Profound shifts came from simultaneously working through attachment repair, somatic and parts work, and neurodevelopment repatterning to develop her capacity to safely feel and move through surfacing anger. The result was impressive. She started seeing that her immune system had always been connected with her emotional triggers, repressed anger, and perfectionism. Within weeks, she noticed her lymph nodes were less swollen, and her sensitivities began decreasing. There was less activation of her immune system in response to relationship triggers. She had increased capacity for the trauma work and did some processing of old stories that brought even more inner safety and regulation. She was well on her way to rewriting her early programming that had told her it was never safe to be seen and replacing it with skills and capacity for authentic connection. As she continued with her recovery and discovery of herself, she would find one more layer that would keep her stuck in grief and dysregulation, her digestive issues. She had never thought that her digestive system was connected with her emotional responses, repressed anger, and grief resolution, but it became the next underlying reason to repair. In the next chapter, we will look at two primary underlying reasons our body gets stuck in trauma responses, and we'll learn how repairing these can create breakthrough moments in our healing journey, reversing the trauma-disease connection.
Summary.
Our early experiences create deep patterns and programmed responses in our relationships and health that don't just go away with finding safety. In fact, those responses can paradoxically bring up long-suppressed emotions, particularly anger. Through the healing process, we discover how our emotions and shutdown responses are closely connected with our immune system. Sarah's reactivated Epstein-Barr virus and new sensitivities due to mast cell hypersensitivity were ways in which she could gain insight into just how terrifying anger and repressed memories were for her body. We've seen how repair is possible for both our attachment and immune programming. We can work with all three pillars of attachment, attunement, neurodevelopment, and biology to rewrite the script, and we can learn to shift our immune signaling pathways, NF-kappa B/NRF2 balance, and arachidonic acid, to engage innate healing programs. We can make choices about our lifestyle and diet that will help us rewrite these early programs to bring in balance and build regulation. As we learn to attune to ourselves and build body awareness, we even get to change the scripts around our tendencies of perfectionism, people-pleasing, and pushing through. Our immune system can become less reactive to emotional stress and develop a greater capacity for regulation. We can safely open ourselves up to more authenticity, love, and connection. OceanoFPDF.com. Chapter 17. Repair of programs for dysfunction and disease. Change is painful, but nothing is as painful as staying stuck somewhere you don't belong.
Mandy Hale. D.
Anna glanced at her watch. Still 10 minutes before her appointment to get her breast biopsy results. Just enough time to grab an antacid from her glove compartment, a habit that had become as automatic as her morning coffee. It offered temporary relief from the churning in her stomach, but the need to take it bothered her. Instinctively, she rubbed her belly. Something was going on that she didn't understand. Acid reflux, bloating, and pain had become constant companions, just like the chronic pelvic pain she'd struggled with since she was a teenager. As a physician who had prided herself on pushing through discomfort, she had mastered the art of ignoring these signals. Now that she had been connecting with her body and creating inner safety, she was no longer able to do that as well. What she had considered a superpower was now softening. She was becoming aware of just how much her gut was upset, and it was always worse when she felt uncertain or insecure, like now as she waited to see if she had breast cancer. The discovery of the lump had shaken her deeply. She knew the statistics, and she knew the research linking childhood sexual trauma to increased cancer risk. She sighed and moved her hand over her heart as she felt the sadness of not having taken the steps to start healing that wound earlier. Was it too late? Would she be starting cancer treatment soon? What Dana was beginning to understand was that her digestive system was more than the mechanical system she'd studied in medical school. It was holding on to and re-experiencing the overwhelm from her past. Her gut was communicating that it needed deeper support. Her symptoms were messages of decades of cellular damage and biological programs that could be repaired with intentional support. She was ready for step 2 support and to change the patterns of dysfunction and dysregulation that were driving disease and keeping her stuck in emotional and biological survival patterns. Her journey would lead her to discover things she never learned in medical school, like why cancer is more prevalent in those with adverse childhood experiences and things that can be done to reverse these effects of trauma on one's biology. Despite her growing inner safety with her work through Step 1 safety, her biology was maintaining a state of danger through 2 powerful mechanisms: digestive dysfunction and oxidative stress. The biopsy results would turn out negative, but this scare would become the wake-up call she needed. Dana's journey would reveal 2 of the most powerful ways our body manifests unresolved traumas, and how we can provide intentional support through repair tools to change those survival strategies to our innate healing strategies instead. From safety to support for deeper healing. If you have ever dismissed physical symptoms as just stress, or a part of getting older, Dana's story might feel familiar. The breast lump had been what finally got her attention, but the signs had been there all along, signs that many of us learn to ignore. Looking back, she could see how her body had been trying to communicate through symptoms she'd learned to push aside, as many of us do. As a family physician, she had been trained to see digestive issues, depression, and cancer as separate conditions requiring separate treatments. Yet, as she worked through Step 1 of the essential sequence, creating safety in her nervous system for the first time, a different pattern emerged. I started noticing how my gut would clench before conversations that felt confrontational, like arguing with a colleague about a patient's treatment plan, Dana shared. The acid reflux would get worse when I was stressed about not getting out of work on time, and the bloating happens when I get really depressed and just want to hide from the world. She had been prescribed Lexapro 10 years before when she was having thoughts of how nice it would be to not be alive. When those thoughts went away, she had stayed on the medication because of the withdrawal symptoms she experienced, including pain and bloating in her gut. The digestive issues had started subtly in her teens, around the same time as the sexual abuse. First came the constipation, then years of irritable bowel symptoms that doctors attributed to stress. By medical school, she was rotating through different antacids and laxatives. I just assumed it was the stress of being a doctor, she explained. I never connected it to the sexual abuse. But her body had been keeping score. Following the negative breast biopsy, she did a full trauma biology assessment and comprehensive blood work to identify the underlying reasons for why she was stuck in her trauma patterns. Labs revealed markers of high oxidative stress, systemic inflammation, imbalances in her gut microbiome, and a suspicion for a parasite. These findings painted a clear picture of what we call a trauma body, when the nervous system has become trapped in the stress-overwhelm loop for so long that chronic dysregulation has now created disease. The connection wasn't random. It was like pieces of a puzzle finally fitting together. Dana began to see how her entire life story was interconnected, from her emotional patterns to her physical symptoms. She recognized that her ability to ignore her body and push through wasn't actually a strength. It was a sign of attachment trauma. This early programming had set the stage for what happened later. When the sexual abuse occurred with her sports coach, she already had deeply ingrained patterns telling her not to speak up, that she wasn't worth the trouble, that she was unlovable. The sexual abuse was just one more reason on top of her attachment programming to disconnect from her body, which was later trying to protect her through physical health problems. The gut problems and the pelvic pain that became chronic never had a clear medical reason. The fatigue from years of cycling between stress and overwhelm had also caused nutrient deficiencies and collected toxins. Even her neurotransmitter imbalances made more sense now. Her gut, responsible for producing most of the body's serotonin, had been caught in its own trauma pattern, and the brain inflammation and undermethylation biochemical imbalance contributed to her low serotonin and dopamine. Working with me, Dana began to see how these biological patterns were maintaining her in a state of danger, even as she developed more safety in her nervous system. Her brain inflammation affected her gut through the vagus nerve. Her compromised digestion couldn't provide the nutrients her mitochondria needed for energy. The oxidative stress from years of pushing through was damaging her cell's ability to repair. The parasite confused her, though, as did the gut microbiome imbalance. How had that happened? What did that mean? Did it have anything to do with her mood, energy, and the breast lump? While thankful the biopsy results were negative, Dana now understood that creating nervous system safety was just the first step. Her body needed specific repair tools to transform these biological programs that had kept her stuck in survival mode. Two key underlying reasons for persistent dysregulation emerged as priorities for her: repairing digestive dysfunction and oxidative stress. If you have gut issues or want to prevent them, digestive imbalance and oxidative stress are underlying reasons you will want to repair. The gut's hidden language. When Dana first learned about her gut microbiome imbalance and possible parasite, she was skeptical. As a physician, she had been trained to look for obvious infections or clear disease processes. Yet she also had felt butterflies in her stomach during stress or nausea before exams that were evidence that the digestive system was responding to emotions as well. Think of the digestive system not just as a tube for processing food, but as a second brain, one that some experts consider our primary brain because of the extent of its neural activity. It's an intricate ecosystem that both responds to and creates our internal state of safety or danger.
When our
body gets stuck in trauma patterns, this system develops patterns that make sense for survival but actually maintain states of dysfunction. If you've struggled with digestive issues, you might recognize some of these 5 key patterns of dysfunction: decreased digestion, dysbiosis, hidden infections, barrier dysfunction, and motility disruption. Each represents a different way our body adapts to chronic stress and trauma. Decreased digestive capacity. Dana's chronic acid reflux wasn't just about excess acid. It was about imbalances in the lower esophageal muscle groups and in the stomach acid. Just as trauma can make us shut down emotionally, it can also shut down our digestive processes. Low stomach acid, decreased production of digestive enzymes, and reduced bile flow are all ways our body can use to conserve energy when stuck in survival mode. Dysbiosis and overgrowth. The imbalance in Dana's gut bacteria tells a story many of us share. Years of stress, poor digestion, and survival patterns create an environment where problematic organisms thrive. These imbalances create vicious cycles affecting everything from mood to immune function. Whether it is small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, SIBO, with its telltale signs of upper belly bloating and food sensitivities, or fungal overgrowth like Candida, showing up as white tongue coating and intense sugar cravings, these imbalances create their own vicious cycles of inflammation and symptoms. They disrupt our neurotransmitters, deplete crucial nutrients, and release toxins that can contribute to more serious conditions, including a risk of cancer. Hidden infections. The parasite found in Dana's testing highlighted another way the digestive system becomes compromised. Like many of us, Dana assumed parasites were only a concern in developing countries. I kept thinking, how could I have a parasite? I'm so careful about food safety, she recalled. What she discovered challenges this common misconception. Parasite infections are quite common, even in developed countries, and a dysregulated nervous system makes us more susceptible to these infections. Signs of intestinal parasites can include recurring gut issues that won't clear, teeth grinding at night, mysterious skin problems, sleep disturbances, or mood swings that seem to cycle monthly with the full moon. Once present, they can maintain states of inflammation and danger in our body, creating all types of symptoms from headaches to mood imbalances and bloating. Barrier dysfunction. Perhaps most significantly, trauma and chronic stress can compromise our gut's protective barrier, what's often called leaky gut. This isn't just about food particles entering the bloodstream, but bacteria and their toxin called LPS, or lipopolysaccharide. When our gut barrier is compromised, it creates a constant state of immune activation and inflammation that sends powerful signals of danger to our nervous system. Food sensitivities develop that then sensitize mast cells and microglia, triggering brain inflammation on top of gut inflammation. If we develop new food sensitivities, feel inflamed after meals, or experience seemingly unrelated symptoms like joint pain, brain fog, or mood swings, our gut barrier might be compromised. Motility disruption. The most visible sign of digestive dysfunction often shows up in how food moves through our system. Gut motility is one of the most prevalent issues individuals have yet rarely seek help for, unless it becomes so bad that it affects their ability to function. Dana's constipation wasn't just about needing more hydration or fiber. It was her body's response to being stuck in repeated stress and shutdown responses. Both the sympathetic nerves and the vagus nerve affect gut motility, which explains the connection between emotional states and constipation or diarrhea. While conventional treatments like antacids, laxatives, or antidiarrheals might offer temporary relief, they don't address the root cause of why our digestive system gets stuck in trauma patterns. Even targeted treatments like probiotics, antibiotics, or antifungals only provide brief respite if the underlying patterns persist. The good news? Identifying these types of dysfunction in our bodies is the first step toward identifying digestive dysfunction as an underlying reason for persistent trauma responses.
When we connect the dots with
random symptoms we have been having, we can do GI testing to identify specifics, creating a foundation for gut regulation. If you've tried to heal digestive issues before, you might relate to Dana's journey. Like many of us, she had explored countless solutions, from probiotics to cleanses and restrictive diets, only to feel frustrated when nothing seemed to work long-term. While she was apprehensive about trying once more to fix a problem that seemed unfixable, the motivation to change her susceptibility to disease and cancer was stronger. She would discover she had been missing some fundamentals. While more specific repair would be necessary, even these fundamentals would begin to keep her nervous system regulated longer. Establishing a daily rhythm for our body is one of the most simple but helpful fundamentals. The nervous system craves routine, and our digestive system operates best on a regular schedule. Sleeping, exercising, and eating meals at the same time every day already began to improve her bloating and constipation. More than that, she worked to get into the calm alive state before each meal. I hadn't even thought about creating calm and safety for my digestive system, she said. She began not only eating around the same time each day, but creating time for her meals not to be rushed. No longer eating while driving, working, or hunched over on the computer, she created space for calm with digestion. Part of her new practice was pausing before eating to do a somatic self-practice, like the VU sound on a full exhale to activate the vagus nerve, which innervates her stomach and digestive system. She mindfully chewed her food into small pieces before swallowing, knowing her stomach couldn't break down large pieces of food well. At